Clockwork or something Clockwork Orange is generally where I go when it's like weird eyeball stuff. Something Clockwork Orange. Don't worry. Yeah, that's that's actually the now that you state that, it's like I never played Dead Space 2 actually. I only played Dead Space. I kind of was like, Dead Space 2 looks okay, and then by the time I was about to get around to Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3 came out, and I was kind of like, eh. But yeah. It's like, what? Does Mass Effect get something? I guess not if you always mix those two up. So I don't remember any eye needles, but I only played Mass Effect 2, so maybe there was something in 3 or 1. Trying to think, doesn't what was the name of that game? The Cyberpunk game that was not Cyberpunk 2077 that was made by Bloober Team. What was the name of that game? Doesn't that, because I think that game has eye stuff. Dead Space 1 is very good. I can't speak to Dead Space 2 or Dead Space 3. From public reaction, if I remember correctly, is people like Dead Space 2 a lot, and Dead Space 3 is not even the same genre. The first one is like just a really good science fiction horror game. And like not a super scary one either, but like just good fucking hard sci-fi and spooky shit. If you like good hard sci-fi and spooky shit, it's good. Did you intentionally write Dad Space, or was that a typo? Because I'm not familiar with a game called Dad Space, but... Okay, here's the thing. I love Dead Space, the first one, Cutest Ghost, but you cannot shorten that down to DS. Because the most popular franchise that has that acronym is Dark Souls, and you write DS2, DS3, I read that as Dark Souls, not Dead Space, and I never will read it as Dead Space. I imagine that Dad Space is like... Crap, what was the name of that? What was the dating sim where you date dads? Dream Daddy. It's like Dream Daddy Science Fiction Edition. Space 5, Revenge of the Puns. Now that's just my autobiography. Revenge of the Puns. Return of the Dad Joke. Speaking of space, though, supposedly Everspace 2's early access release is good. Supposedly. Which is weird, because like Everspace 1 is like a run-based thing where you're trying to escape, and then Everspace 2 is like an open world RPG. It's kind of a weird jump, but trombone is custom. It's audio's $25 command, yeah. See, here's kind of the description I've heard from people who like 3 is, do you have a crew of people that you like playing co-op shooters with? People who have a crew of people that they like playing co-op shooters with seem to really like Dead Space 3. People, and specifically the people who played 3 first, like 3. If you played 1 and 2 solo and loved 1 and 2, you're going to hate 3, right? It's just like those Nazi zombie army games that the Sniper Elite people keep making. I look at those and I'm like, man, that's fucking garbage shovelware, right? But I also don't really play co-op horde shooters, right? But I like the Sniper Elite games quite a bit, or at least I liked 2 quite a bit, and 1 was okay. I never played 3. I think I played the demo of 3. So it's like, to me, those are just kind of shovelware and not good. But the people who like those games, even though it's kind of a different audience, seem to like it. One game you never tried was the multiplayer of The Last of Us. The Last of Us 1 had multiplayer? What? I have like no interest in The Last of Us. That just that whole franchise just looks like a nightmare to me. Like, and not in a good way. But I was talking about how I was going to press enter. So year 134, which means we are 129 years into Longdeath. In the absolute realm, continues. Assassin's Creed? You mean Hide and Go Seek Stabby Edition? How's Gate Nerd doing? Oh, damn. No longer depressed. I have trouble controlling your temper. Well, you're not depressed anymore, so that's good. So we just lost 2 dwarves to old age. The ship. Oh, you mean that Among Us clone? You know, true story, I've never played an Assassin's Creed game. Dwarfs die of old age? Yep, they very much do. Especially in this fort. Especially in this fort. Dwarves live between 150 to 180 years old. Oh, right, yes. And Axon is hunting emus. That is where we are. I'm going to do a real quick overview of the whole fort for you guys. So the top layer goes all the way up to here. This tower, which has my bees in it, which occasionally get made into mead. Well, the bees don't, but the hives that they make get made into mead. When it works, I feel like the beehives bug out. We have our power generation down there, as well as the top part of the wall, which for some reason is generating way less power than it normally does. The upper level creek. Top left is our current project, which is a tower. We also have our animal paddocks up here, which is our unicorn paddock, our sheep's paddock, and our 1 alpaca that's left because they just stopped breeding and a bunch of them died all of a sudden, which was a little weird. Down here is the upper walkway. Down here is the main living layer. Our new forges are fully up and running down on the bottom right. We're still working on getting all of the iron ore in there, but we're working on it. We're working on the statue hallway, which is going around that really long hallway that we worked on. Down here is most of our block storage and garbage disposal, sort of. Well, not garbage disposal. Random items that I want to trade storage, which is that thing in kind of the middle. Down here is the terracotta army alongside of all the coffins. The nice little maze with the Etten breeding room, which isn't working, up in the top, and the giants and the minotaurs. The trapped forgotten beast in the bottom right, mushroom farms, drainage, and then the coins room, and then the cavern layer, which is down here. Bushmasters and zombie attacks? I've never had problems with zombies in this fort, not once. It's probably because there's almost no necromancers in this world. If there are any necromancers, they don't really exist yet. Oh, well, my scholars are discussing probing. Was content after discussing medical ethics. Oh, it's good to know that we're getting into medical ethics right now, so that around the time that they learn how to genetically modify themselves in the far future, they will be very ethically inclined. Felt love remembering talking with their father. Well, would you look at that? It's not impressive at all. It just took forever. Also, the fort itself is a giant fucking hole in the ground. If it wasn't obvious, all of that blue is open space. So I think I took the line. He would like to see the world burned, nature burned, and the world converted into a great mining pit. I think I maybe took that a little bit too seriously. Just a little bit too seriously. Anyone standing near you should be more scared than emus. I mean, probably, yes. Thousand years is getting closer every second. Yeah, and we're like, we're getting close to 15% done. Although, as of next week, we're going to have to be... Longdeath is going to become a legacy Longdeath fort, because it's going to be on an older version of the game than other forts, which is going to be interesting. The elves are here to trade. It's their annual trading. It's been a long time since they've sent more than 2 wagons. Well, 2 yaks, rather, with their elven merchants. It's kind of them, though. I wonder if they brought any livestock this time. I would like to buy some more alpacas from them. They haven't brought anything giant in a long time. There was one time I had a giant grizzly bear from them, but we ended up eating it because they never brought another one. They did bring us our unicorns, which is why we have our unicorn breeding project. How is you? I don't know. How is you? You can answer that question. I can't. How is your dwarf? Not dead. Says Baba. You're annoyed when caught in the rain. Fitting. You're annoyed when caught in the snowstorm. You're content remembering being near a waterfall. You're a year old, born on the 6th of Malachite, New Year 133. Still being carried by mom. Dragon Man. I did say to ask. But you said, how is me, not how is me, dwarf? I don't know. You might be talking about you in the third person. I don't know. How am I? How have I been? Have I been okay? Yeah, it takes a while to grow up. You got another, like, 13 years before you're going to do anything of value. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. Well, what do I have a lot of? Buttloads of meat. All right, we're going to give them buttloads of meat. Phrasing. I don't think I've selected any barrels in here. It should all just be these large pots. In IRL time? About 3 streams. You want to be an arms dwarf? Well, unfortunately, every dwarf in this fortress is currently named. Although I might call for more migrant workers pretty soon if we don't get any any migrants or children soon, because population's a little bit on the low side. We're technically at 36 dwarves right now, which is about 20 below where I'd like it to be. Well, about 15 below where I'd like it to be. Am I 12 now? Are you 12 now? Looks like you are. You are beyond 12, actually. I think I need to give you jobs. Yeah, I do. You are, in fact, 13. Actually, hold on. What do you like to do with your life these days? You're very satisfied after reading a lot. You really like reading. You were amused remembering wearing old clothing. You were annoyed upon suffering a minor injury. Enraptured after communing with your god. Enraptured after communing with your god. You want to practice a craft. Your first finger on your left hand is broken. You're affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and you find so-called dignified people disgusting. You see family as one of the most important things in life. and you would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. You see sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and you value self-control. You respect the development of a skill, and you are somewhat put off by trade and commerce. And you find the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. You like trifle pewter, moss ogate, clear glass, elk bird antler, jute paper, and brown crowns and anvils, and reindeer for their large herds. All right, so I'm gonna give you furnace operating, blacksmithing, and metal crafting. Well, you already got bone carving. I'm gonna give you stone crafting and weaving. I'm going to give you all of the hauling, and we're gonna give you all these. There you go. Now you have tasks you can go do. You know, I'm willing to bet that you're probably right and not making that up stupid about a buttload being an actual legal amount. Fortress attracted no migrants this season. I don't know what's up with the mountain home. They're too busy invading them goblins to actually, like, send me dwarves. Not a big fan. I really like it when scientists are all like, hey, we have this new measurement amount. All right, let's name it after something that, like, is commonly used in the vernacular already. Like, a jiffy is a scientific measurement of time. So there's actually, like, a defined definition of the length of a jiffy. So when you say I'll be there in a jiffy, it's actually a really short period of time. Thanks, Kill Switch. I mean, we've got another. So we started this fortress in year 5, right? We're in early spring of 134, which means this fortress is 129 years old. We have a lot more to go to get to 1,000. A lot more. So are you saying that a butt is the measurement used for, like, a brewing vat? I'm never gonna say that, Zane. It's really funny that you think that, but I'm never gonna say that. Also, it's pronounced Jiffy. So the whole GIF and GIF thing. A friend of mine pronounces them jife just so that no one wins. A brewing vat is measured in... I need you to give me a confirmation. Like, find me a confirmation of this. Riptorus, I'll have you know that your family tree is still strong and still living on. Let's just make sure I'm not accidentally giving these elves anything made of wood. No, we're good. One barrel is like 55 gallons. Huh. I know very little about that stuff. No livestock. All right, well, I guess I will trade all of that for some mittens. Maybe the hood. Oh, it's too heavy. You guys need to bring more animals to be able to carry it. There we go. I mean, you were one of the original 7, so. It's not too hard to keep track, fortunately. Yeah, Morden, who died, actually has another dwarf named after him. But yeah, Sui is still around. And Sui is... has had an interesting past. Was married, and then her husband was put to death. And she had many kids with her husband. Then her husband was put to death, and you know, when he went kind of insane, and then the mayor who sentenced her husband to death married her almost immediately, and now they're having children. So Sui's still around and still doing her thing. Your dwarf died a while ago. Yeah, your dwarf's been dead for a bit. Free, whose Freeways recently grew up. Simplex is still alive. So Simplex is probably Infinity Simplex is your youngest grandchild, Riptorus. That's a lot of barrels and a lot of gallons. There's a lot of menus deep. I was there. That's a lot of kids. Some dwarves just have a lot of kids. Like Axon had a shit ton of children, and also like a dozen lovers at one point. Axon's dwarf was like in love with so many people, was just like juggling multiple lovers. Had a husband who was also in the military, and then like a dozen lovers, including some dwarves that didn't live in my fort. Longest you've had was like 20 years. Have you really tried to have one survive 100 years though? It's not that hard. Spoilers. It's not that hard. It's more just about endurance than anything. You did indeed drop Peter off of the wall, and Peter went splat. Yes, that did happen. You did indeed drop a baby. Dragons are so easy to catch, though. I had a pet dragon in my most recent holiday fort, which was Gift Vault. I will do seasonal forts, which are like themed after the holiday, and Gift Vault was a Christmas fort, which was great. We were giving gifts to anybody who came by for free in the form of crafts and toys. And then we decided that what was a much better use of our time, instead of giving gifts in the form of crafts and toys to people, is we decided to give gifts to the gods in the form of dropping everybody who showed up into a volcano. Well, not a volcano, an underground lava flow, which was also glorious and very dwarfy. And we had a good time with that. We literally, like, I found this lava flow in the second cavern layer, so I channeled out a giant hole from the surface all the way down to this lava flow, which was like, I don't know, an 80 Z level drop, and we had bridges going over top of them, and we'd wait for them to walk over top. We'd pull the lever, and they go, whee! Yeah, we also, the entirety of a goblin invasion. Yep, that too. We also threw a bronze colossus in there. Yeah, it was a good time. That was a fun fort. It's worth going back and watching those VODs. It was good times. Man, Free, did you have to, like, pick a boulder that's very far away when you could have just, like, you know, grabbed the close by one? And now you're just, like, walking all the way across vomiting. Well, I mean, you have to get over that cave adaptation at some point. Yeah, the children always have problems with cave adaptation for a little bit in this fortress because it is so open, but... And because I have no control over the children, they just go sit inside and then just vomit a lot. It's kind of sad, really. You're mostly over it. You're mostly over it these days. Also, you're a lady. Just, I mean, you can be a not lady if you don't want to be a lady, but just making sure that you are aware. Yeah, she's a very edgy dwarf. She's gotten better though. She's less edgy than she was. Didn't feel anything due to inebriation. Now this dwarf is getting a little edgy. Sad after somebody's death. Doesn't feel anything about inebriation. Doesn't feel anything when they see dead bodies. Are you in the military? I feel like you'd like that. Let's throw you in the military, Black Hole. Let's let you train a little bit. But yeah, no, we have good times in these forts. Although this fort is very passive. There's not a lot of, there's very little combat that's happened in this fort. I mean, yes, there is 3 Ettins, a Minotaur, 2 Giants, and a Forgotten Beast in my basement, and a Berserk Vampire in the walls. Long story. And another Forgotten Beast that is not captured in my basement, but just running around in the cavern there. Yes, all of those are down there, but we don't really fight with them much. They just kind of live there. They're very safe and locked in place. Yeah, we have a Wildpire. Wildpire. Almost as good as a Wall Goblin, also known as a Woblin. Yeah, no, the vampire was made into a vampire in this fort, who's Zaloro. But have all your clothes have rotted off? Well, would you look at that? Still has his bronze pick though. He's been there for a while, and because he's berserk, it's like, well, he's just gonna run around and kill things until we kill him. And because he's a vampire, he's very strong. So instead of like, letting him off the chain and let him go do stuff, we just like sealed the door. It's fine. He just lives there. Sure, it's cozy. I kind of thought about like putting holes in the walls so that they could see him, but nah. You could just stay in the walls. That's fine. Not hurting the frame rate or nothing. He just lives there. He's just chained up. So berserk vampire who's chained up. It's pity he went berserk. I was going to try and like make him his own fort separate in the walls and make him into a professional lever puller or something, but unfortunately he went insane. Toss some new clothes. He's berserk though. Characters that are berserk like have no control and can't do that sort of stuff. Otherwise I totally would. Like I have no control over him. He's dead. It's like the equivalent of being melancholic. Like they'll just exist until they starve to death normally in that state, but because he's a vampire, he won't starve to death, so. I'm sorry, what? Huh. That's new. All right. Also, that's a lot of kangaroo blood. Do you guys know that kangaroos bleed a lot? What? Where did all that blood guys? Oh, there's iron bolts there. Okay, this makes sense now. Kangaroo came into fort and clearly someone killed him. It does sound like it definitely sounds like someone started a fire in the lower caverns. It's probably a flaming forgotten beast or like something. I don't recall having any flaming forgotten beasts show up. So yeah, it's probably off screen. I think fires is like basically the only thing that can cause that, right? It's usually, yeah, it's burning trees and caving in. Well, burning mushrooms in this case. I'm getting a phone call. Hold up. Follow-up doctor's appointment booking. Someone did say Forgotten Beast, but it's almost like we had a prediction. The Forgotten Beast, Esuro Almo Uno. Uno? Whatever, we'll work with it. Has come. A towering theropod composed of flame. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically. It's probably gonna like run around for a bit, set a bunch of stuff on fire, and then drop something on its head and die. I'm not gonna fight with this thing. Although this is gonna do some wonders for the frames for the next year or two. So there are some Forgotten Beasts in this level already. 2 that I'm aware of. I'm not sure if any of them are dead. Oh, there it goes. And it left. Oh, there it comes. It's back. I mean, fire doesn't really hurt my CPU that bad. It's only if there's fire on the same level as my dwarves. And the reason it... Okay, so the reason fire is bad for CPU is because fire blocks pathing, or the reason it's bad for frame rate is because it blocks pathing. So if you're on one side and they're on the other side and the dwarf is trying to path across it and the dwarf can't path across the fire, it'll fuck your frame rate. So it's kind of a misconception. I mean, smoke does hurt your frame rate a little bit, but it doesn't... I don't have much experience with it hurting my frames much. So this is kind of okay. Yes, they will definitely have Titan battles. They're often quite epic. I just like that we saw stuff falling before it actually came into our line of sight. I was literally just talking about how it doesn't really affect my CPU much, but that's okay. Yeah, no, I've never really had much of a problem with it. So this will all burn down probably once or twice. Oh, there it is. It's back. It's only bad if dwarves are trying to pass through it for me. There was one time I broke into a cavern lair. It was a third cavern lair. And the entirety of the lair was covered in dead creatures and dead forgotten beasts. We counted 15 dead forgotten beasts. And I had to go look it up in Legends later, and it was like basically just Clash of the Titans 2 Electric Boogaloo happened down there. There was so much dead shit just everywhere. But this is fine. It's also interesting. The Forgotten Beasts really like this one spot. They always sit right there. I wonder why that is. The fact that it's composed of flame, too, means it's very brittle. The last Forgotten Beast I had, not in this fort, but in a previous fort, died because it was slapped by a troglodyte. Died to yak cows and bulls during a raid. Here's the thing, right? I really want to jump into the, like... Hold on a second. Why did that just give me more vision? Why do you have to do that right now, Pilot? We've got fun shit happening and you're like, interrupt the stream and read shit. Because there's not one, but 2 Forgotten Beasts on screen now. But because you're an asshole and rude and making me do this, I will appease to your wishes. Farm seeds are mixed away with tits, bird tits, to eat. Seed 6 servings to feed monkeys' teeth for successful rants. Beware the automation booty. There you go. Now that I'm done throwing a wrench into the things, Let's see what happens here, because there's another forgotten beast. Who's this thing? Who's a great humanoid composed of green glass. It has a long straight tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. Who's probably just gonna go fucking slap this fire thing and it's probably just gonna die. Well, let's watch. Hot beast on, potentially beast on beast action. It's a pity we don't get the 2 glass humanoids, because there's 2 glass humanoids down here. Although he just fucked off, so I don't know. We'll see if we get some beast. In theory, I could let my other beast up, because I do have another one. But then I'd have to let this thing up into my cavern lair. Also, how you doing, Cupo? How's things? The smoke is indeed from the fire beast, yeah. There's also a flying thing. Oh, there it's back. Popped back in. It's up there. I'm just confused as to why it gave me more line of sight with the tree falling down. Because I technically have no vision of this area, so I don't know. Oh, we certainly caught some mushrooms on fire. There. Oh, right. Also, I forgot about this one. There's also this one who's up in this tree, which is an eyeless capybara. It has a knobby shell, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. And it has no fat at all on it because it just burnt up. Which, you know, because it was in this tree, which got caught fire by the other forgotten bees. Does look like a corpse that's burning. It's cave spider chitin, which is probably going to burn for all eternity, or at least for a while. What's this one that's burning over here? Just a fire? Oh, and then also there's this other forgotten beast's left hand, because the 2 humanoid glass ones fought for a bit. It kind of just turned into a slapping fest after a while. Can I capture that? I mean, if it wasn't stuck in a tree. I'm not, I mean, I have another web forgotten beast that I've already caught, but I haven't really done anything with it, which is this one. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. This one is caught between all those bridges. So in theory, I could do something with that one, but I'm kind of lazy. I'm just kind of hoping that at some point the other one will come out. Terrible waste of a giant cave spider. Yeah, if I recall correctly, the giant cave spider was originally killed by that other forgotten beast that was up there for a second there. The glass one, the green glass one. I don't know if they're coming back. I have a feeling these guys are just going to sit here for the next 100 years. Which they tend to do. Man, I keep forgetting about this. Oh, there's also a cave crocodile in a tree down here. There's also a cave croc. There's a giant capybara and a cave crocodile in trees. So, I guess we'll just let them exist down there. I don't really know what else to do with them. Yeah, I don't need to like zap your eyes with therapist because it's just a waste of screen real estate. If you want another Dwarf Fortress player who doesn't flip to Dwarf Therapist every 3 minutes, but does use everything and more with DF Hack, watch Cupo. Watch him build something beautiful. I'm out of coffee. This is a problem. See, I'm just a dirty role player. I'll just role play away and make ugly looking forts, whereas Cupo just makes modern art. For a second there, I'm like, did his color change? No, he just stopped flickering. The game's saving. I mean, there's lots of reasons to use Therapist. I don't. I just keep track of who's doing what in my brain. It also, you know, makes the game significantly less stable. And can cause a lot of crashes. I mean, units and labors if you have DF hack, but you can also hit jobs and stare at this, which is generally what I do. This is my favorite. Just between this and this screen, I can just kind of intuit who's doing what. Oh shit, the spoder stopped burning. Fuck yeah. Now we just need to... I thought I saw some movement over there. Turns out I didn't. Nah, whatever. What I'm really curious to see is what DF hack's gonna look like in new classic DF. That's what I'm curious to see what that looks like with the new UX. Actually, Cupo, what do you think of that screenshot that was released? The thing that I really want to see is I want to see the new versus old. Do I have a military? I absolutely have a military. Why don't I take care of the beasts? Because they're fun to watch them fight. I have one squad, which is the Eternal Guard, which is fully kitted out with steel everything and spears. Most of them are high tier spear masters. Although one of them is apparently a wrestler. But I'm not about the combat in this fort at all. We're very cowardly. We're trading with everybody, keeping everybody happy. Oh yeah, and also our most recent recruit, Black Hole, who is 43 years old. I think was born here. Yes, was born here. Mom and dad are both in the military, so I'm sure he'll get on just fine. At least you were fearless. Yeah, no, I mean, other forts, sure, certainly, but we're just trying to keep this fortress alive. The local militia doesn't need to go to war. Easy fix for that. Go to the surface. Hit D. Press P. Go to a patch of area with tree. And do this. That's an easy fix for hungry dwarves. Oh, also make sure you have some dwarves of plant gathering assigned. And then they'll run out there and they'll gather all the plants and they can just eat half of them. The other half can be made into cloth. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on the combat logs, and if combat logs pop up with the Forgotten Beasts, I'll go check on them. Also, on the topic of cowardice, Cupo, I have a bunch of Ettins. I'm hoping they'll make baby Ettins one day. We have 2 giantesses, and I would try and make them make baby giants if I got a male giant, but fortunately we don't. We do have a minotaur, and also a berserk vampire. So we've got quite the collection of creatures that we could make dead, but don't, because they're our pets. We also made the Ettins fight with a Cyclops once. That was very entertaining. We enjoyed that. I'm not certain the Cyclops did, though. The Cyclops kind of got turned into a fine red smear. See, Cupo is just like, sees dragon, throws dwarves at dragon, or throws lava at dragon, or whatever the heck you throw at dragon. And the royal treasure has arrived from the humans. I catch dragon and train it. That's generally what I do. The royal treasurer from the humans have arrived. I like this human, because this human always shows up with this pitchblade lular, which is a handheld stringed instrument, and then goes to my taverns and plays music. So all my dwarves know the human songs better than the dwarven songs because of this bloody human. This human also teaches us the elvish dances and the elvish songs, including one that's a big old circle, which I think is interesting. Also, I need to turn off the military so that I can go talk with my manager, or mayor, rather. But I'll turn the military back on in a sec, after they're done doing the trading stuff. And I have more meat than I realistically know what to do with, so we're going to sell them a lot of meat. Probably a lot of plant, too. Spreader of culture, quite literally, yeah. Jesus. All right. Don't need as many plant pots sold, but... Cheers! Well, I'm on every day of the week except for Fridays, usually. Sometimes I stream on Fridays anyway. Sometimes I'm also on in the middle of the night. We have a lot of... We should sell them some of our world-famous strawberry wine, considering it was their strawberries originally. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss, and the world is the same as ever, and I will just simply power through all of this. Also, yes, I realize I'm importing wood. I'm importing wood, so I don't need to chop down as much of it to not annoy the elves as much. I'll take electrum. I don't need silver. I'll take bronze, brass, black bronze, and rose gold. Bismuth too, why not? We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Well, I mean, they'll get what I give them. They actually do have meat on their wish list, which is nice. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout short dwarves. And here come all the rock pots. Well, apparently we were making more, but I guess we made all of them. Let's just make 300. It's good craft to work on. Damn it, Kia stole a wheelbarrow. They do that. You know, like, for a while there I was thinking, it's like, man, Kias keep stealing shit. Like, Kias aren't that big. How the heck are they doing that? And then I realized, oh, well, obviously because, like, a dwarf wheelbarrow is much smaller than, like, a human wheelbarrow, so it makes a lot of sense how a parrot could fly away with a wheelbarrow. When you realize that, oh, it's a dwarf-sized wheelbarrow. Right, okay. Potentially, yeah. A bank of knowledge. Kind of wish I could look at local human skills without cheating. Be kind of neat to know. You can always tell the one dwarf that just grew up because they're just walking around vomiting every time I make them walk into the sunlight. Ah, you'll be okay. Not an African swallow? Denza? But that would be how they would carry a coconut. And I don't believe that Kias bring coconuts. An animal has grown to become a stray unicorn. Well, I really hope it was a baby unicorn that grew to become a stray unicorn, because that would be very strange if it wasn't. Yeah, Forgotten Beast friend is just chilling there. Kind of disappointed. I do like that the Forgotten Beast, however, melted all of the fat off of that other Forgotten Beast by setting it on fire for a little bit. That's kind of funny. Oh, I thought you were going the Monty Python joke there. Smash T is still stressed, but getting better. Feels empathy remembering experiencing trauma. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. And their instrument? For reasons. Probably. I wonder if they always bring the same two defensive people. There. For reasons. Yeah, I don't remember the references very well either. I'm terrible at quoting Monty Python. I always manage to get them like significantly wrong when it comes to Monty Python jokes. So I just went and checked to see if Monty Python and the Holy Grail was on Amazon Prime, and it's not, and that makes me kind of sad. I bet is an old man, yeah. And that's the pitch blend, Lilar. The yoke is made from bronze. The sound chest is made from pitch blend. The strings are made from silver. I need to get new guitar strings on the topic of that. And the plectrum is made from earthenware. Although supposedly, my new guitar picks are arriving today. Supposedly. Why should this short clip be on YouTube? This whole VOD's gonna go on YouTube. But which part of the short clip should be on YouTube? The only things I really put up on YouTube in short clip styles are me explaining how to do things. And so people stop asking me to make tutorials. It's like, there you go. I've explained a thing. I'll clip it, put it up. I got 3 more scheduled to go up. I think it's 3. Small apart with Monty Python. I don't really just put like moments or highlights or anything. I feel like that's kind of just a waste of everybody's time. Bank shovel mystery. Literally a bank of knowledge. He must play EVE Online, which is why he's a bank. It's on Netflix in Russia? Well, that doesn't help me. I mean, I think it's on Netflix in Canada too, but I was like, for a half second there thinking, man, I could do a watch party of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but unfortunately, nah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix in Canada too, but... Oh well, are you okay there, Dwarf? Chimp? I mean, you were just like spazzing out. Oh no, never mind. You're on top of the dwarf. That's bad. It's Lord Floof who's spazzing out. Horrified after reliving seeing Novi's dead body. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm not gonna do a watch party of The Expanse. It's too fucking long. Too long. I would consider it for a movie, but I'm not gonna do a whole TV show. I'm not gonna like watch 5 seasons of a TV show on stream. That's way too much time. It would be awful for my stats anyway, so I'd consider doing it for a movie, but a TV show, no. If you want to watch The Expanse, and you should, you can just go watch The Expanse. Something like Monty Python, I think, would be a lot more fun, too, because everybody knows it, and you can just kind of meme along. Yes. See, like, those kinds of things would do real well for a watch party on Twitch, because most people have seen the movie already, so you can kind of be like, oh, that's happening, and just, like, jump in halfway through and not really have lost too much. You know what I mean? You don't know what Monty Python is. All right, so you know how, like, you know English and stuff? You should go watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Just no context. Just... You want to know things about the Western world? Go watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. So many references will make so much sense. I don't even know if you'll think it's funny, but, like, so many things will make so much sense. Greetings! Craftstar ship of the dwarves is unparalleled. Let's make a deal. It's just like you should watch The Godfather. It's like, oh, that makes... All of these references make so much sense now. Actually, chat room, if you were to recommend a Monty Python film to someone who's never heard of a Monty Python before, what Monty Python film would you recommend? Because I think for me, it's probably Holy Grail. Life of Brian's a little rough, in my opinion. Although Life of Brian's still pretty funny, but it's funnier if you know a bit about Monty Python already. A hedgehog, humped camel, a yak. They had a breeding parrot by one. Kind of want to buy a whip. Eh. Here we go. You found it a welcoming experience? I first saw Holy Grail when I was way too little and didn't understand any of it and thought it was the worst movie ever, and then saw it again about 5 years later and loved it. So, TLDR, Monty Python is a British comedy group. They're some of the legends in the business, if you've never heard of Monty Python. Although I would say that, and I've talked about this many times, my favorite Monty Python movie isn't technically a Monty Python movie. My favorite Monty Python movie is A Fish Called Wanda, which is a movie that has a bunch of Monty Python members in it and was co-directed by a Monty Python member and co-written by another one, but isn't technically a Monty Python movie. You don't know Life of Brian? Meaning of Life's interesting. I enjoyed Meaning of Life. I think I prefer Life of Brian. Also, hello, Simplex. By the way, if you're wondering, Simplex, your dwarf is a child and is 9 years old. And recently you felt enjoyment playing make-believe. And you say everything is fine, which is fair because you were ashamed dwelling upon the lack of dining tables. and you were disgusted being nauseated by the sun, you dream of raising a family one day. Hello, Zycrom. How are you? But yeah, you should watch A Fish Called Wanda if you want to see a really good movie. Speaking of, is that on Netflix? I'm curious. Fish called... No, it's not, but like a billion Monty Python movies are. Holy Grail, Flying Circus, The Best Bits, Life of Brian, Meaning of Life. Man, there's a lot of stuff up here. Personal Bests, The Truth, they're all up there. I also really enjoy, oh yeah, Princess Bride is a fucking classic. Although, okay, so, is it fair, oh, hold on a second, what just happened? Crystal, Rose, you're now a child. Congrats. You no longer need to be carried by mom. You can walk on your own now. You're gonna go play make-believe with a toy axe. Sounds about right. Is that a, what? Why do I have a ladle? I thought I sold that. Silver ladle. This is a well-crafted silver ladle. Cool. All I have to say about Fish called Wanda is, sorry, neighbors. Asshole! Although I didn't keep it going for long enough because he actually says asshole. It's the best film depiction of road rage ever made, I would say. Independent? No. Able to walk on your own? Yes. Usual most important. You missed the most important moments. Oh no. I think you're still more or less the same. Generally, babies don't change too much. Yeah, you're still identical. Nothing's changed yet. But you're 1 year old now, so you can start developing a personality of your own. How many episodes of Flying Circus are there? It's on TV once and a half in childhood. It's just like Mr. Bean. Let me look. Oh, hey, new serial killer documentaries on Netflix. All 4 seasons worth. I'm not sure how many episodes there actually were. The whole thing. But yeah, 4 seasons. The first 3 are 13, and the 4th season is 4. I don't actually know how long that show ran for. But... Wait, really? Mr. Bean was just 8 episodes long? What? Hold on a second. I need to, like, look that up. I believe you, but I need confirmation. I'm upset. I type in Mr. B into Wikipedia, and I get Mr. Beast first. 15 episodes of Mr. Bean were produced by Tiger Aspect Productions. The character has been used in one-off sketches and guest appearances in television commercials in the United Kingdom. The 14th episode, Hair by Mr. Bean of London, was originally released as a direct-to-video VHS in 1995 and was not broadcasted on television until 2006 on Nickelodeon. So 15 episodes. "15 episodes and 2 full-length movies. 24 to 26 minutes. Well, there you go. It ran from 1993 to 1995. God, that's such a short-running show. Apparently, Mr. Bean, the character, was retired in 2012. But they have an animated version, supposedly. And he does theater productions now. But, like, the TV character is... no longer in existence. Huh. Interesting. Although my favorite Rowan Atkinson thing isn't the isn't Mr. Bean, it's Johnny English. Faulty Towers is also... How long was hold on. Now I need to look this up. What's the name of that show? Blackadder. How long did Blackadder run for? Quite a while. Okay. Yeah, Blackadder ran for a very long time. Or a rather long time. "24 episodes, 4 series, 3 specials of Blackadder. Man, this has gotten very off topic very quickly. I feel like I've probably seen every episode of Faulty Towers. I watched Faulty Towers while playing Smash Brothers with some friends. And they loved Faulty Towers, and so they had it all on VHS, and we just, like, put on an episode. And then, or put on the VHS and just play Smash Brothers. So I've, like, passively seen everything of Faulty Towers multiple times. I mean, everybody's seen the swimsuit episode. Everybody's seen the Mr. Bean episode where he puts the turkey on his head. Everybody's seen the Mr. Bean episode where, like, he goes to park and pushes the car out of the way. You know, all that stuff. Very funny. I think I probably was similar, Dinzen. Like, that's why I said, like, I've passively seen every episode multiple times, but, like, I don't remember a huge amount of it. I love how quickly they can just, like, power through all of those rock pots. But I think it's, you know, not super uncommon. See how Free's doing. Enrapture communing with their god. Didn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long. Felt euphoric due to inebriation. Satisfied improving stone crafting. There you go. Working on you, Free. I really don't want to bring more merchants into the fort if I don't have to. So I'm going to see if we get more children in the next year or so. Oh shit, the one Portuguese streamer's on. It's really neat seeing Dwarf Fortress streams that aren't English and aren't Russian. Because, like, they're all either English or Russian. There's one dude I know who streams Dwarf Fortress in German, but vast majority of them, it's everything else. Yeah, it's Nautilus Link. Nautilus Link plays a lot of cool stuff. I've seen him in the Caves of Cud directory. I've seen him playing Tome. other cool roguelikes. I don't know what he does normally, but I don't follow him, but I see him in the directories. He's got a similar schedule to me, I think. Used to watch some Polish Dwarf Fortress, but that was like 3 years ago. Fair enough. Are you Polish, Vincent? This dwarf is our biggest concern right now. This dwarf is our biggest concern. Smelt. Let's just smelt 400 iron ore. And make 200 more charcoal. So I'm just gonna quickly turn off this. And let my manager go manage work orders real quick. Okay, and then turn them back on. Which means all of this is going to suddenly spring into life. Son hadn't left. Welcome to Twitch. Although, I'm going to stand up for a second because I got to go take a leak. Let's see if Smash T will snap out of it and go do what I need you to do. I will be back in a sec. Just going to go take a leak. Oh boy, we've got combat logs. It's a great horned owl fighting with my militia commander. Not as exciting as I thought it would be. I've got so many forgotten beasts in the basement. None of them are fighting. None of them are fighting. So what should I do with all of my iron? Because I have a lot of it, and I'm about to have a lot more of it. Could just make, like, iron swords. Oh, I need to make 10 silver coins. Because I haven't done that for the year 134 yet. Johnny English is a fucking legacy for a man to have. So true story, authority denial. And this is kind of funny for anybody who's seen Johnny English. If you haven't seen Johnny English, it's Mr. Bean or Rowan Atkinson's James Bond parody. They made 2 of them. The second one's not as good as the first one, but still worth watching in my opinion. But when I saw the first one, at the time we had a lot of, or we were very frequently getting foreign exchange students. It was something that my parents did quite a bit. And we had this girl from France at the time. And so we watched Johnny English with our French foreign exchange student while on our vacation, because we were staying at my aunt at the time's ski home on the side of a ski hill. And we rented a couple movies to watch, because this was back when you had like VHSs and rental places. So we went to Blockbuster and we decided on a movie to rent, and we picked Johnny English. We watched that. And it was very funny watching that movie with our French foreign exchange student, because all of the bad guys in that movie are extremely stereotypical Frenchmen. It was very amusing. That sucks. But you still have a wired headset? I mean, wireless headsets to me are kind of the biggest problem I have with wireless electronics, especially wireless electronics where you cannot change out the batteries. My biggest problem is they have like a very limited lifespan. Like you're artificially limiting the amount of time you have with it because they're going to stop work. Stop work? They're going to stop work. Yeah, that's what I meant. They're going to stop working. And it's only just a matter of time before they stop working. And I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that. I mean, Johnny English in and of itself is a pretty fun ride. Like, I hate the fact that my phone doesn't have a headphone port. I'll say this, once I'm in the market for a new phone again, which probably not this year, but next year, like 2022 next year. Come on, Smash T, hang in there. At least you're not tantruming. But whenever I'm in the market for a new phone, like headphone jack is going to be a selling point. And that puts us into fall, or were we in spring still? Actually, not sure. Yeah, no, my biggest hope for today is that my power doesn't go out again. My power's gone out twice this month, only for about 10 minutes each time. But that's enough to like throw a wrench into a stream. Autumn has come. Never mind. It's paperwork time. Heads up, Stone. All of our tributes have come. Mostly bought it for convenience. I get it. Just buy a longer cable. Just get a wired headset and just get even more cable. That's what you gotta do. Just get more cable. Also, what do you guys think of the camera a little bit more zoomed in? I feel like I get like way too fucking far away on the camera normally, and I think that I think this looks a little nicer. Like, even though I'm kind of a little bit full screeny. Tribute report from the Council of Men, autumn of the year 134. Oh my god. Well, let me know when you're ready, Stone. Otherwise, I will. I will screenshot it for you. And let me know when you need me to scroll down. Hey, Grin, how is thing? They brought us a large fire opal. I'm just looking for blocks in here. Large fire opal. Smoky quartzites. Quartzite blocks. Malachite blocks. Siltstone blocks. 1 silver scimitar. There, we're scrolled down. 1 large serrated copper disc. 10 eagle blood. Man. At least it's rare for them. We could very easily get yak's milk. What, felt a bit unfortunate? Or uncomfortable? What, just being super close? I don't know. You'll get used to it. I think it's way better for this scene, even though it's like, boom, I'm all in your face. It's like, man, I gotta back up from my screen so I can social distance from this face. All right. It depends. Depends on the disc and the quality level of it, but yes. Generally, yes. Ugh. All right, where's the other one? Come on, guys. Are they on the stairwell somewhere? Buddy. Holy shit. How would it be interrupting if you're asking a question? It's not possible to interrupt the Twitch chat from the point of view of the stream unless you're just like, what do you think about insert very controversial political opinion here? I'm not really in the middle of anything. I'm just rambling about random shit. So what's the question? Like, if you pop in and be like, Blind, what's your thoughts on Trump? I'll just be like, stop. But if you're like, Blind, what's your thoughts on X video game? I'll be like, hey, unless it's like CDDA, in which case I'll be like, okay, I'll give you the CDDA talk. CDDA, not Triple D. That's a very different video game. Well, that one's reasonable. Copper boning knife, though. Who doesn't need a good boning knife? And a gold bar. That's probably why they walk so slowly. Excellent. You've been playing WizHack. I've never touched WizHack, no. No, I've never touched WizHack. The traditional roguelikes I've been playing off-stream recently have been Zorbus, which I've played a little bit of, and a little bit of Hydra Slayer. Those are the two I've been touching recently. I'm familiar with WizHack. I've never played it, though. Why do you ask? I do this thing now where on Patreon, at any tier, so $1 a month gets access to this. On the first of every month, and I already have this month's or next month's scheduled, I will put out a poll where it's just like, hey, vote on a game that you want me to get into, or at least try to get into over the next month. Last month's was Wayward, Doom RL, or Dungeon Mans. And we did Wayward one, so the next one's going to be probably Doom RL, something else, and then something else. I don't know what the other two I'm going to chuck in there. Oh. Which Forgotten Beast is fighting? Okay, so there's a Forgotten Beast right here just fighting with a giant Olm. And horribly brutalizing it from the looks of things. But the giant Olm's running away pretty quick. There's also a crocodile in the mix. Or wait, what was that? It's a cave crocodile, okay. But there's also a red capital T up here, which is a towering theropod composed of flame, curling trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Where did it go? Why can't I see it? Oh. It's right there, this guy. And the outpost liaison has arrived from the dwarves. Man, these Forgotten Beasts, not super interested in fighting. Because there's like 3 in this small area right here. Well, it went and killed that crocodile. What is that? Oh, there's tetrahedrite down here. Look at that. But yeah, is there anything particular about WizHack that you recommend? I'm not super familiar with the game itself because I've never played it. But I'm familiar with it existing, basically. Man, they really don't seem interested in fighting, which is kind of frustrating. Satisfied at work. Well, that's good to see. Let's make some iron spikes. Let's also turn off this and see what we can sell. But yeah, no, I'm always looking for new game recommendations that aren't Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I'll be honest, I get kind of tired of getting recommended Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Oh, bolts. I do get kind of tired of being told I should play Cataclysm. But like outside of that, I'm always looking for ideas and recommendations more than not because I really not because I don't often know them, but because I think it's interesting to hear what people would like to see me play. I think it is more what I think is interesting about that stuff. It's like not so much am I going, well, I've never heard of these games, because in most cases it's like, yes, I've heard of it, but it's more of a, well, if someone cares enough to ask, maybe they want to see it, and if there's interest, then I'll play it. I streamed quite a bit of Project Zomboid, actually. I played it with my team on multiplayer, and we've been waiting for them to put out the, well, it's out, but the multiplayer patch for the current version, which isn't out yet. We played it for, I think it was about 5 weeks, weekly play sessions. I have about 50 hours in it. I've tried playing it alone, and I find it very dull. So I don't think I'm going to do much of that by myself. But it's certainly something that I'll do with my team once, you know, new versions of it comes out. But they need to actually put the new versions out in order for me to be interested in doing that. But one thing that game does do really well is crowds of zombies. The crowds of zombies in that thing are very interesting to watch. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. Just gonna keep requesting the same thing. Just wood. Just wood. And metal. Metal bars. I don't need silver. Why do I keep selecting silver initially and then remembering I don't need that? Just stuff I do need. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft store ship. Yeah, I find that like most survival crafty games, just on my own, are just way too grindy generally for me, to the point where it's like, yeah, this is just boring. It's not even really a problem with the game necessarily. Like, that's a game loop that I think a lot of people enjoy, and I think that's totally fair. I personally find it really dull, often. Or more often than not, I find it really dull. But farewell, Focal Fury. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Which I think is the problem that I would run into with Wayward if I played more of that, is that I just get bored. It's like on my to-do list for a really long time has been Unreal World, but I kind of have the same worry with Unreal World. It's like, well, will I actually enjoy this, or will I just get really bored of it really quickly? You can take that yak blood, the louse ichor. Hamster blood. So I bet you I could just go to... Hey, Bored to Beers, what up, dude? How you doing today, man? Torturing your 7-year-old with reading. Just gotta find reading in a fun context, you know? Just give him a copy of Disco Elysium. That's tons of actually, does that game have voice acting yet? Because Disco Elysium definitely isn't too heavy or dry for a 7-year-old. Don't give a 7-year-old Disco Elysium. Just give your 7-year-old a copy of Zork and be like, have fun. 7-year-old be like, this isn't Fortnite. I want to play more Among Us. Infinity, thanks for the host. Cheers. Also a host from Silent Assassin. Cheers. That was 20 minutes ago. Missed that one. I'm real good at missing hosts. She wants to see the game where they chop each other in half. Definitely Among Us. Definitely Among Us. Ah, yes, the choppy and halfy game. I know this game. Hey, at least she's not saying I want to see the game with the girl with the triangular boobies. Because that was the game I wanted to see more of when I was like 10. But, ah, yes, Tomb Raider. It's funny, recently a lot of people I know have been playing through like the Crystal Dynamics Tomb Raider games. They're like, yeah, we're playing through the original Tomb Raider. And I'm like, wait, like triangular boobies Tomb Raider? And everybody's like, no, the first one, the one that came out in 2010. And I'm like, OG Tomb Raider blew my fucking mind when I saw that for the first time in like 2004. Good times. I was real sad when Sui was like, I'm playing through Tomb Raider. And I was like, really? You're playing through Tomb Raider? And then she goes, oh, no, the more recent ones. I'm like, oh, damn it. I was getting ready for a nostalgia trip. You'll poke an eye out on those things. Yeah, they're dangerous. You can impale yourself. She needs to learn to read so she can play DF. I mean, I would attribute video games to making learning reading easier. The OG Final Fantasy. Like when I realized that I actually had to like read to, you know, figure out what to do. It helped as a child. All right, so I don't know where the world is at right now, but I'm getting emails now about concerts that are happening in August and May. What the fuck? Really? Also, apparently fucking Buck Cherry is doing a show in Vancouver. Why? Also, they still tour? Why? People still listen to Buck Cherry? Might go see Fu Manchu, though. Fu Manchu's pretty fucking good. She really wants to play Untitled Goose Game in Minecraft. You know, honestly, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Your 7-year-old has pretty good taste in video games. If she wants to play Untitled Goose Game in Minecraft and not Fortnite, you're doing a good job. That's, you know, I'm a little bit worried about the next generation of people who enjoy playing video games. Because of all of the Fortnite and Battle Royale games that they play. You know, like, I don't actually worry so much about, like... Ooh, there's Piggy. I don't worry so much about, you know, Among Us, because it's more of a social game. But, like, not gonna lie, I get a little worried about, the obsessiveness over Fortnite, specifically. It's kind of like... people who are obsessed over League of Legends. It's like, that game's borderline unhealthy. But like I can get behind the Untitled Goose Game and other things. Because he wanted to read stuff in Minecraft. Good shit. I mean, just give him the Minecraft wiki. You want to read? You want to learn to read? Here you go. I mean, I know somebody who learned to read because of anime. His dad growing up was a huge weeb. You learned English playing PlayStation on Prince of Persia? Cooler, if you're lurking, you once told me that you learned English playing games online. Is that true? Was there any particular game that you'd accredit to that? Star Trek? Okay, Star Trek is a very good thing to learn English. Wait. I approve of that tenfold. Question is though, which Star Trek? I'm trying to get a pig breeding program up and running again. I kind of butchered too many of them and they never really grew back. Terraria? Prince of Persia though. I have the floppy disks for the original Prince of Persia in my dresser. Gaming may be a good way to convince her to play. You're currently working on getting her keyboard fingers correct. You don't want her to be a one-finger typer. Yeah. You got to give her Super Mario Teaches Typing from 1995? What year did that come out? They made 2 of them. That's how I learned how to type, was Super Mario Teaches Typing and Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. Which is why, and I do claim that Dwarf Fortress is the true spiritual successor to Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing. Although that's going to cease being a thing when, as soon as the Steam version comes out, we have mouse support. It's no longer going to help people's words per minute go up. I need those bolts to be higher priority. Do it now. Get those done. Hey, Taurus, what's up? Oh, dang it. Didn't get the bolts done in time. Did someone get put in prison? Doesn't look like it. That's nice. Makes you feel like a hacker? I mean, hackertyper.com makes me feel like a hacker. Dwarf Fortress makes me feel like a wizard. Although, so I'm looking at this email now that's just talking about shows that are happening soon. And I scroll down to the bottom and it has this like note. Shows times and dates are subject to change. Depending on current allowance and public gathering rules. So, even though it's like August. Oh, I mean, maybe if I've been stabbed by needles by then. Not too much getting home from work. Were you able to, after like your first like day of DF, what do you think, Tars? Stone did a doodle. That's our outpost liaison. I would imagine that stringed instrument would be a little bit bigger than like a hand ukulele. Like, I'm imagining it like more ukulele size instead of like finger size, but you know, it's open to artistic interpretation, I would assume. Our old liaison. Big ass message? What? It's really, really fun, and you're still trying to figure out what you're doing, and it's only just starting to get particularly interesting. I mean, like, it's you know that you're gonna like Dwarf Fortress when you can say, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know enough about what I'm doing that it's really fun. Or like, I'm having fun and I have no idea what's happening. Oh, hold on a second. Now I need to go to bigassmessage.com. Oh. Okay, this. Yeah, this website works very well. I approve of this big ass message. Good website. Thank you. Good website. 9 out of 10. Also, speaking of good websites, California is still on fire, according to iscalifornia.com. Was last updated at 12/15/39, 2021. Wednesday, January 20th. Fuck, we're already on the 20th of January in 2021. Jesus. California is indeed still on fire. Big ass fans? Really? They were able to name their company Big Ass Fans? That's kind of great, actually. I'm putting all of these tables in here because this is going to become my my Metalworkers Guild pretty soonish. Pretty soonish. It does say tiny handheld, yeah. The logo is a donkey's butt. Okay. Did you sleep, Belug? I hope you slept. Just to be clear, I'm not clicking on most of these links. And especially if stuff makes sound, warn people. You slept and saw a doctor. Good. To both of those things. I'm glad that you slept. I stayed up rather late last night. Well, not super late. I stayed up about 30 minutes later than I should, but I was able to get 7.5 hours of sleep last night. And I was watching Yay for New Drugs. I was just, you know, I stayed up relatively late watching demos of synthesizers. I've discovered that there is a store in Vancouver that sells all of the modular synth parts that I'll ever need and has free shipping on orders over $200 because their store location is permanently closed due to pandemic. Well, not permanently closed, but like not open to the public right now, and won't be open to the public for a while because it seems to be a pretty small location. But it's free shipping on orders over $200. So basically, if you order anything, because like maybe if you order the cheapest module, you'll have to pay shipping, and that's like, you know, an $80 module or $60 module. But most of the modules are like above $100. So it's like if I just buy 3 modules, then well, it's free shipping. So. Big ass fans logos. Okay, let's see this. It is indeed a donkey's ass. I respect the hell out of that. That doesn't look like a real thing. Like, I'm sure it's a real thing. Doesn't look like a real thing. Like, I'm sure it's a real thing, but... What, that they've called it big ass fans? You have a bunch of dwarves and you dug a little bit of a small mountain home. Good. Not sure how licensing goes, but here's the house community. So what kind of fans does big ass fans sell / make? We've had 67. Can I believe it? I mean, I'm waiting for the nice tribute, but yes, there's been a lot of them. Big ones? I mean, obviously. Okay, so like giant top of warehouse fans. Gotcha. So this isn't really like consumer fans. This is like warehouse size fans. Oh. I love it when I fail to complete a mandate on time and the dwarf that gets thrown into prison actively improves on their mood because they're repentant after being confined and they feel pleasure near a fine restraint, feel pleasure near a fine bed, feel pleasure near a splendid table. Like, they're just happy about their bedroom and they're in a pretty space. And they're like, ah, this is nice. I believe it, because consumer everything is stupidly expensive for its size. I like the fact that I'm clicking on a big-ass fans link. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. That's a big-ass fan. Oh, that's funny. It's our big-ass fan. You know, I really like the fact that they saw an opportunity and just fucking went for it. I respect the hell out of that. But anyway. It's kind of nice having mushrooms this high up. There's so many dead ones, though. Dead young tower cap, dead young tower cap. Dead young tower cap, dead young fungi wood. They're all trying to grow, but like they don't have enough space. So this will let the young ones grow. So what you're trying to tell me is that they're human too? Is that what you're trying to tell me about them? Because I refuse to believe this. Are all those statues? What, these? Those are all statues. Those are all statues. There's like 1,600 statues in this fortress now. We are making masterpiece pigtail cloths. Clothing industry is up and running again. Works a lot better now that I got rid of the barrels on the stockpile for them. Metalworking industry is going well. I need to make a bigger, better crafting spot for the clothing industry. Maybe put them in the wall in here or something. Knock out this whole room. I'm trying to give like each industry its own area. Or I could put them like behind this or something somewhere. I don't know. Need to figure out where to put it. Winter is upon us. We're about to hit year 125. I think. Or no, year 130. Yeah. We'll be 13% done pretty soon. Damn. Longdeath is flying by. It feels like just yesterday we were 10% done. Actually, no, it feels like a couple months ago. Time files itself into a filing cabinet, slowly. I know you said flies, but I read it as files initially when I looked at it. Brander Buddy is making masterpiece cloth. Weaving is a very popular pastime in this fortress. Many dwarves do it. You know, I still have this email up for that show that I mentioned earlier where it's like, Fu Manchu. I would really like to go see Fu Manchu, but it's like, I feel like August is a little too early for me to go to a show. But then again, at the same time, like, that's 8 months from now. But like, I don't know. Really depends on what those infection graphs are doing. My whole province is still in lockdown, so hopefully it'll be lifted by then. Because hopefully by then people will have, you know, behaved enough that they can be lifted. But I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I can't go anywhere until I've been vaccinated, but who knows when that's happening? Yeah, I mean, you travel quite a bit for work. That's gotta not be pleasant. Or at least hotels gotta not be particularly pleasant. This poor dwarf, nothing makes you happy. You're just one of those kind of broken dwarves, unfortunately. I guess it is kind of easy to just avoid other humans in hotels too. Woozle voozle. It's weaving. It's the airplane that sucks? Yeah, I believe that. I don't envy flight attendants. Let's make leather hood. 50 leather hoods. Get all the dwarves a new hood. Got some leather workers that would like work. I got plenty of leather. Plenty of unicorn leather, too. That's good. Oh, I believe that. Planes should have been banned. I mean, for environmental reasons, they should be lessened. But oh, so in Vancouver, Canada, Reinhardt, we don't have a subway, but we have SkyTrain, which is more or less a subway. I used to take SkyTrain multiple times a week. In 2020, I took it 3 times. Granted, not gonna lie, pretty nice saving $1,300 last year because I didn't buy monthly bus passes for the entirety of the year. And a monthly bus pass is $93 a month. So it's pretty nice not having to spend, that $93 a month. So no, not quite $1,300, closer to $1,100 on bus passes. Plus extra zone upgrades and stuff whenever I needed that to go further. So it's pretty nice to not have to spend all that money last year, but at the same time, I used to take the trains so often. All the goddamn time. I don't drive, so I don't own a car. I can't legally drive. I don't see well enough to drive, so I'm tied to public transit, which means I've gone nowhere this year. Absolutely nowhere. And last year. The only time I go places is if my mom comes and picks me up and I go for dinner at my parents' house. But aside from that, don't do anything. The last time I was further away from my apartment than like 2 blocks outside of going to my parents' house is, or when I go for walks, was back in October. Me and a friend went to a spot called Moody Row, which you can look up if you want. It's on the West Coast Beer Trail. It's basically just 6 breweries on one street, a distillery, a cidery, and then there's another 6 breweries if you're willing to walk 18 blocks. It's just kind of a distance, but when you've been drinking all day, it's fine. Especially on a sunny day. We went and did that in October. But that was fine because all of the breweries are either outdoor heavy, so you can like sit on their patio and there's plenty of space, or they're like full-size fucking warehouses with just like tables sporadically throughout them, so it's very easy to separate from people. So that was fun, but that was the 3rd time I took the train last year. But outside of that, I haven't been anywhere. It's very weird not taking the train at places constantly. I'm gonna have to prioritize some bolts. Yeah, there isn't much to miss, It was weird. How was it, Seth? Was it busy, or? Because in my experience, it's like every time I've been on the train, it's been like 90% of the people on the trains wearing masks like they should be, and it's been about half full each time. But the last time I went out to Moody Row, it's going towards Port Moody, which is the opposite direction most people are going on the trains. And so there was like maybe 4 people on my train. So it was kind of okay. Just make sure that gets done. There you go. You're forging iron bolts. But yeah, no, like I'm looking at concerts starting to be like, oi, we have tickets for sale. It's pretty much empty. You had to drop off a car at Marine. Okay. Yeah, no, if you're on it like not rush hour o'clock, the trains are basically empty. Gold Poke has grown to become a peasant. Who's content after eating a pretty decent meal. You like eating knife fish, fisher berries, and foxtail mullet beer. Well, we have foxtail mullet beer and fisher berries, so you're gonna be happy. You like Kesserite, silver, praise opal, sand pear wood, green glass, fire imp leather. All right, never getting that. And the color periwinkles, spears, cages, and bracelets, and donkeys for their stubbornness. Well, we're gonna, whoopsies. We're gonna give you all of the metal smithing, just all of it. I don't care about quality too much. Gotta start somewhere. We'll give you clothes making and leather working, and probably stone crafting as well. We'll give you all of the hauling, all of this, and stone detailing. And since you like spears, I will also put you into the Eternal Guard. Unless, like, you absolutely hate combat. Dreams of mastering a skill. It's completely helpless in stressful situations. Sometimes cruel, friendly, and always tries to say nice things to people, presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, hopes everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Yeah, you know what? We'll leave you in the military. You'll be okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough when you're super tied down to transit. Like, as somebody who can't drive and never will drive, it's like most of my life I've spent not worrying at all about not being able to drive. It's like something I never fully felt that I needed. Forgotten Beast punches a troglodyte in the head and the part explodes into gore. Yep, sounds about right. Forgotten Beast just like punched a troglodyte in the head, just like, whoop. But or more cowardly, yeah. It's funny when it like works in reverse like that, yeah. But like this year has been the only year ever I've been genuinely jealous of people that drive. It's like, if you have a car and a driver's license, this year is the first year of my life where I've just been like super fucking jealous of that. It's like most of my life, nah, doesn't bother me. It's like, I don't need to, it's like, I don't need to drive. I can just get anywhere I need to via public transit. But like in this year and last year, it's like, it would just be so nice to just get into a car and just like go sit somewhere, you know? It's like, you can kind of sit in your own safe bubble and just like people watch and be around people. But just being tied to public transit like makes that very difficult. Because like I can go to a public park, but that's like about it. And my options aren't that great. And the one public park I can go to is often full of huge fucking East Indian weddings. So it's like, I kind of have to stick to the back trails of the park and like avoid the real commonly trafficked areas because I don't really like getting, you know, basically being next to a crowd of people that are having weddings that they shouldn't be. Because they're like, oh, we just all happened to end up in this public park together at the same time for this person's wedding. Wasn't planned at all. Yeah, we can't have gatherings of more than 8 people, but we're doing it anyway. Poor dwarf. Making those hoods. I think I'm just going to get rid of this stockpile up here. Just bring all that wood down. Bring it all down. But yeah, I think today we're going to start working on that tower again, because I think the dwarves are starting to get a little bit less upset, which is good. Went grocery shopping? Get anything good? I'm starting to work my way into my canned supply of food, which means I probably need to go grocery shopping again pretty soon. But yeah, I hope that grocery shopping was uneventful. Also, for anybody who's wondering what this is my wagon wood, which we made into blocks, and I put little tables around it. I should actually make this into a statue garden. For no particular reason. Aside from that, I can. Also, I love that the dwarves haven't cleaned up all of that kangaroo blood that's just kind of been there for a bit now. Yeah, vegetables are kind of the one thing I keep running out of. Which is why I've been working through my frozen broccoli supply. I have a decent amount of frozen broccoli, fortunately, so. Frozen broccoli and beans. Got a decent amount of both, so I'll be okay for a little bit. But I also have all of these canned carrots and peas that my mom gave me, which are canned carrots and peas. So they're edible, I think. Do you know of a thing with vampires in statue gardens? What, are they more likely to punch statues in statue gardens or something? I don't know, that's way too general. You have to be a little bit more clear. If you were reading about something about that on the wiki, you should be a little bit more detailed about what you're talking about, because I'm not sure what you're referring to. I know that there's a thing to do with furniture and temples and vampires. Or are you talking about making vampires? Because it's temples that you're thinking of, not statue gardens. With finding out who's the vampire? Maybe they just go hang out. I have no idea. The way I find out who's the vampire is I look who's not sleeping and who's not thirsty. So no, I don't know. Be interesting if they just kind of hang out there. Bow, 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 bow. Select a random dwarf. Your clothing is pretty okay. Your clothing's pretty okay. Cloak. Cloth, cloak. We're into late winter. Anybody think any dwarves are gonna die? So we're down to 36 dwarves. Population's too low. I don't like it. I do not like it. Making new pigtail cloaks. Good stuff. A lot of masterpiece pigtail cloaks. Dwarf crew attached to an iron crossbow. Fair. So yeah, I think we're going to let all of this smelting, that spike making, and the charcoal stuff all get done, and then we'll start working on that tower again. All right, and I'm also going to get the military training again, because I have that one newbie in the military who needs to work, needs to train. Which is Gold Poke. Who's got a named steel buckler. It's real hard to like figure out what most of my weapons are because like none of them are actually called the weapon name anymore. Let's make 40 more iron spears. Gonna make some more weapons. Also got too much stuff right now because there's so much garbage that needs to be tossed out. You're kind of leaving me hanging here, Axon. I was kind of hoping you'd elaborate a little bit more. We're a little bit lurky today, though. But cheers to everybody who's hanging out. And I don't really have too much to ramble about right now. And if I were to ramble about things, it would just be about synthesizers. How do you read about something but still have no idea? You clearly didn't read very much of it. Well, I mean, how would I know when I already have perfectly functional methods of discovering vampires? Bam. I was hoping you'd educate us. I mean, you did bring a subject up to the class, so I was hoping it was something you knew about, but it's fine. Although, could we get a round of beers? It's been quiet enough. It's been almost 10 minutes of time where only one person has spoke, so it's time to do a round of beers. If you're lurking in the stream, can I get a round of beers? Let's just see how many people are listening. It's almost springtime. We're into late winter. I'm shocked that we haven't lost Smash T yet. Keeps falling into permanent depression, but it's kind of a mood. Spring has arrived. Any bets on how many dwarves die? We've got like at least 10 that could just keel over of old age. How exactly civilization access to material works? Someone in chat could probably just explain it to you. It depends on how many mountain homes they have and how deep they've dug. And the annual tribute from Bastija Smack has arrived. I don't think anybody died, actually. Yeah, no deaths. No death. It's impressive. I do, however, have something caught in one of my cage traps, so I gotta get that sorted. Thought I canceled that job. There you go, Stone. I will be back in a sec. I gotta go prep my lunch stuff. Back in a moment. And it'll probably also have one of the longest fort histories ever because of, like, at 100 years, you know, we started scrolling through the, like, list of masterwork crafts. And it's like, there's so many. There's so many. I need to put on my sweater. It's cool in here. I realized I just sat down, but like... But it's cold, so. With a statue in the middle, remove all other oh, I know why. Yeah, no, that's not a very good way to learn how that's not a very good way to learn who the vampire is. It's not great. It's also not great for your dwarven health. A better way to do it is if all your bedrooms are on the same floor, and if you want to do it that way, just knock down all the walls on your bedrooms and someone will see it. It's much more effective and easier to do if you really want to, like, go about that way. But then you have to rebuild all the walls for your bedrooms. There's much less obnoxious methods of doing that. So no, I wouldn't recommend doing that. The strong iron. I'm gonna make this into the strong iron. So strong iron is now moved. Also, all of these dwarves are so bloody busy. I'm really curious of what Black Hole, our newest addition to the military, thinks. Oh, you have a steel warhammer. Interesting choice. It was used by Focal Fury, our now mayor, who has 19 kills with it. I kind of like the handing down of weapons that I see a lot in this fortress, where it's like I've got weapons that like they have history. It's like Dragon Man has been using Rain Bell, this iron short sword, and has 10 kills with it. At some point, when Dragon Man dies, because currently Dragon Man is 113 years old, has a good amount of time left, but if Dragon Man dies, then Dragon Man will probably leave that weapon to somebody else. But it's like, I don't know, it's so neat to see this. Person believes little in life is better than a good party. Have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent. Also, good lord. She arrived at Rumkesh in the 2nd of Malachite in the year 107. Arrived here in the year 107 and is... has a couple children. Jesus. When this fort's done, it's going to have so many things that so many other forts have never had. Oh, also, yay for year 130. We're 13% done. Longland grass. We've gotten those before. Wonder if I... could do a season of Longland grass. Elven caravan has arrived. We've had some lag in there, but it's all lag that's been sorted. Ironically, I think the most lag we got was in the first 10 years when we were digging out the pit. Because digging big holes, believe it or not, hurts your frame rate. Or rather, channeling is real rough on the CPU. It's like putting sandpaper on your CPU. Don't like doing that very much. I really don't. When a local band from Vancouver just put out an album called Life is Bad. Or rather, from Vancouver Island. Just put out an... I don't know if it's any good. I haven't heard it at all. It literally... they put it out like halfway through 2021, and I haven't listened to it. But it's just called Life is Bad. And they put out a t-shirt that just says Life is Bad on the front. I kind of want it. Maybe if I see them live at some point in the next 15,000 years. I mean, they're very cheerful. There it is if you want to see it. It's very heavy metal. They're from Vancouver Island. Fun guys, though. Very fun to see in shows. I don't really just listen to their music ever. It's not the kind of music I'll sit down and listen to, but their shows are a lot of fun. Let's trade with these elves. We'll sell them a couple menacing iron spikes. They can have a few menacing iron spikes, I think. It's just funny seeing a t-shirt that just says, Life is Bad! And flower bolt options? I might have already brewed it. I haven't done any brewing in a while. It's been a couple of years since we've had to brew. The blocks screen, the game don't like much. Be careful. We've got barley wine, foxtail mullet, artichoke wine, cranberry wine, bilberry, blueberry, blackberry, dwarven ale, dwarven rum, prickleberry, super brew, fisherberry. No, we don't have any Longland beers right now. Let's check the prepared meals. Because I was making a bunch of Longland flour at one point, but it's been a while. Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of alpaca and sheep bits. Lots of sheep bits. Asparagus roast, strawberry plant roast, barley flour. Oh, it was barley flour we were making. I'm gonna queue up some Longland stuff though once they go make that. I think I'm also going to suspend all of these charcoal jobs and all of the menacing spike jobs and all of the lemonite ore jobs and the cutting of jades. Leave the dump jobs on. All the bring items to depots on. But I'm going to let them fill stuff with stockpiles. Will this be the new strawberry wine? I kind of doubt it. Strawberry wine is ever popular in this fortress. I know we've had Longland stuff in the past. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind having another strawberry wine. Probably what I'd need to do is brew it and then specifically queue up a job for Longland beer. That's probably what I'd have to do. Seems like that would probably be the best course of action there. Specifically queuing up a job for a specific kind of thing. Just kind of waiting for my trader to get over here. Although, since you're in the military, you can't actually trade, so gotta turn that squad off for a little bit. My biggest hope for the most recent version is I really hope that they change it so that the dwarves that you call from helixes aren't just merchants. It'd be really nice to be able to summon dwarves from helixes that are more useful. They're still useful, but more useful, you know? That's my current hope. Is there any big, like, specific issues with DF that you're hoping for from the next stable release, which is soon, TM? I think that one's probably my biggest hope. That and the raiding bug where dwarves don't come back. They just go off to raid and never come back. And you wonder if they all died or if it was a bug and the game just ate them. And then they show up 10 years later as part of migrant waves and you're like, what the fuck? It's definitely a Wednesday. Lurky Wednesday. Anander has made a masterpiece spear. All right. Are you gonna, go trade anytime soon? Come on there, Dwarf. And for it so much that they decided to flee. See, this is why I argue that there's almost no bugs in DF. It's just features. And I agree. It does seem more like a feature than a bug. They actually just defected, Could you imagine if dwarves could just be like, fuck this shit, I'm out? Kind of wish they could just do that. Come on, trader. Now you're eating. No, you're still storing items in the stockpile. I need you to go trade. Just double checking. Oh, no trader's been requested. Duh. Thought I had that set to... Oh, well. Not too heavy for them. It's almost too heavy for them. Cardinal. That's all that they brought us is a cardinal? Clearly, yeah. Make me some walnuts and almonds. There you go. But the nice thing about it being Wednesday is I get a new Expanse episode. So I know what I'm doing tonight. Watching The Expanse, probably. Watching The Expanse. So chat, when the new version of Dwarf Fortress is out, once they're done with the bug fixing, assuming he's going to do bug fixing. I don't know. It feels like every time after there's a new stable release, there's like a week or two of bug fixes. But we'll see. Depending on how stable it is, I'm going to be making a new world for the day forts. So if you enjoy that series, we will be regenning that world and making a new world. And starting a new document and doing a better job of documenting everything, because I'm going to need to update at least something that I'm doing. So that world's been fun to kind of explore for a little bit, though. So I'm very much looking forward to doing that, which means we'll do a day at some point of once after that new version launches. Yes, of course, it's inevitable. The apocalypse must come. But we'll do a day of just generating new worlds, and then we'll do a day of generating new worlds and we'll start up that new fortress. Also, something that I just thought of, I should get Cooler to make some adjustments to this tile set. The question is, what would I get him to adjust? Maybe the floor for the new version, just so that like you guys can tell at a glance what version I'm playing on, because if it's this style of tile set, then it's like, well, it's this version, the older version, but if it's changed, then it'll be the new one. What do you guys think about that? Does anybody have any inputs or thoughts or any ideas for changes we can make? I kind of like what Krug Smash did with the walls at one point, where he had like little torches on them. Could do something to the walls. Could also adjust the tables and the chairs, make them look different. I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? I like the idea of redoing the floors, because those are like kind of the most obvious, like immediately obvious thing. Hey, Cooler, are you lurking? What do you think? Be curious to know what parts you think would be easy to adjust. There's a giant cave spider. It's probably dead. My fire beast is missing. And the human is in the trees. I wonder if they killed the... If the Forgotten Beasts fought. I didn't see that, if they did. It's probably just off screen. So they're finishing up the spears. And then it's just going to be a whole lot of hauling for a bit there. Hello, Norstat. It's a very lurky stream today, but welcome. So I'm just kind of doing everything in my power to keep the chat moving because people are just quiet today. And it's not working. I'm trying over here, but... doing my best. Yeah, it's one of those days. I don't know. That's why I was asking for ideas. But no one wanted to say anything, so carry on. It's just aesthetics. It's mostly all it is. There we go. Seeing dwarves hanging out in the spaces to socialize, which is good. Black Hole, what do you think of being in the military? You quite seem to enjoy it. You enjoy it quite a bit. That's good to see. But I don't know. Like I said earlier, it seems like everyone's just kind of in... You know what's a thing that's started happening? This is a streamer complaint thing. Recently, for some reason, people have decided that the best way to contact streamers is to DM them on Twitter. It's not. Fucking send me an email like an adult. If you want to talk to me about random garbage, DM me on Twitter, and I'll ignore it, as I do. If you want to talk to me about something important, email me. You want to send me cat memes, DM me on Twitter. You want me to play your video game, email me. Ugh. Be like the Stream Raiders people and email me so I can politely respond with no. Instead of sending me a DM on Twitter. You want to get no response from me? DM me on Twitter. I will see it 4 days later. And then you can be like, Monster Jam Steel Titans 2. Game keys available. Yeah, I'm super down for that. It is a fictional plant, yes. Also, is Twitch chat breaking a little bit? Now I'm suddenly wondering. I was like, things have gotten quiet a little bit. And I'm seeing some weird eccentricities on my dashboard. Is anybody having any issues loading Twitch? I'm gonna take a peek. Things seem pretty normal. Does somebody have like 4 million views on Fortnite again or something? Or is this just Twitch being Twitch? No, just some people with, or just a CS:GO tournament with 120,000 viewers. Nothing out of the ordinary. And just all of like, you know, the usual suspects with 60+ thousand viewers. You're unsure if it's Twitch or work? Yeah. It's felt laggy? Nothing is broken? Well, according to my dashboard, I'm not live right now, so... Clearly something's broken. Not sure what exactly. But something's broken. But yeah, hopefully they're better today, though, Taylor. Oh, I'm online again. That's cool. When I see that stuff happening, it's like, duh. What? Please? Twitch, please. Is there any games coming out soon that anybody here is looking forward to? I feel like everybody was just looking forward to Cyberpunk. And now that that's out, it's kind of like... shrug for the planet. Most of the games I'm looking forward to kind of just don't have release dates, so it makes it kind of difficult. Yeah, like that one, Freeways. I'm excited for the release of XO1, but that's still, like, to be determined. And, I mean, obviously, Ultimate ADOM Caverns of Chaos. Very excited for this. I hope this is good. I hope this is good. Man. I want this to be good so bad. Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll have 10,000 hours of content during early access release. Yeah, I can't wait to play the hell out of this. It's weird that it has a publisher, though. Genuinely, I think that that's kind of weird. And I love kind of the papercraft look they have for it. I don't know if you if anybody here actually played the demo of it, but it looks really nice in motion. Need to like poke the people over at Ensemble and see if I can get that early. It's gonna be nice to play a roguelike that the game's saving right now, so it's paused. It's gonna be nice to play a roguelike that has an art style that is very decipherable to people who don't know what they're looking at. It's like, this is very clean and readable, and all of the UX is clean and readable. Like, I really like this UI layout. It actually reminds me a lot of Ultima Ratio Regum, oddly enough. Sequel to a game that came out in 94? I think, yeah, after over 25 years. While development of a roguelike is never really finished, we intend to support Ultimate ADOM with many updates after a full release. So apparently they're aiming for full release by the end of 2021. Full version of the game will differ. The remaining skill trees, there's more than 60 planned, allowing even more unique character builds. They will add a hunger mechanic, a corruption mechanic, more main quests, side quests, many more things in life to make life easy. So quality of life stuff and mod sport. What's in the current early access? So currently it is, you can explore the depth of the dungeon all the way down to level 20, where a very harsh boss fight awaits. If you dare, there are 5 unique class templates for a wide combination of skills to help you delve into the dungeons. While some things are not balanced and fully fleshed out yet, there are several dozens of hours of content in already. Several dozens of hours. Dozens. Several dozens. It's not too worrying. Several dozens of hours is a pretty good amount of time. Still could be better though. Do I need to make anything for my mayor? Nope, we're all good. What are most of the dwarves doing right now? Most of them are either socializing or storing items in stockpiles, which is kind of what we need. Where are you going? Humans have arrived to trade. It's that time of year. Early summer. We're just powering through time right now. This frame rate's real good right now. We're basically maxed out. More or less. Still a little bit below 60, but not by much. Or 50 rather. When I talk about frame rates and maxed out, I'm always like knee-jerk reacting to say 60, even though DF doesn't run at 60. Now that the royal treasure has arrived. Once again. Which means I have to turn off that squad so that Abed can speak with the dwarf that needs to be spoken with. Polking has become a naturalist. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever, and I wish they would add more text to that. I really hope that the Steam version comes with some variety in the dialogue. I feel like that would go a long way for new players. Because you can kind of just power through all this, because they always say, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Every single time. Every single time. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. I can sell them the weapons, training weapons. And I'll bring them all of the crafts. Because there's quite a few of them. Quite a few. I'll also sell the extra instruments because I've got quite a lot of those. You know, let's sell all the cages. Just all of the cages. I got a lot of random cages with a lot of random things in them. And iron cage. 20. Queue up some iron cages. Just remake them all. So chat, since we're chilling in the lurk zone, once I'm done trading with these humans, I'm gonna go get lunch, I think. Actually, no, I'm just gonna let them bring items to depot. I will be I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go get me lunch. And then maybe at that point I'll bother you guys about starting a conversations again, because everybody decided to just take today off from Twitch chat, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. If you want to do a round of beers, you can, or just stay lurking. You do you. Back in a minute. Well, I mean, I'm gonna eat lunch on stream, so it's not like I'm gonna go eat lunch and then come back, so you'll watch me eat my lunch. BRB. All right. I return. Go figure. Blood sugar was nice. Quite literally. Thank you, Basthead. I love the fact that chat's super lurky today, and then I get up to go get food, and then you guys are way more active than you guys have been in the last hour. Sandwich with cheese, avocado, and pickles. Literally nice, yes. It's the I'm starting to run out of things to put on sandwich. Oh, trust me, chat will vanish. Give it a minute. I'm sorry, Bastet. We can't be friends. I plan to eat a pizza later. It's not a very well-rounded diet. Tasty, though. Bananas don't like me, which sucks because I really like bananas. I don't like this broker. So since I'm eating lunch, and since Norstat shared, chat, what's for lunch? Or what was for lunch? Most recent lunch. I'm jealous. It's been a long time since I've had yakisoba. Like good yakisoba. It's been at least a year. I could probably get takeout yakisoba, but I don't really want yakisoba unless it's like on a pan and still actively sizzling when it's handed to me. Or I take it and start to eat it. Is there any particular reason? Authority? I thought about ordering food the other day and then I just didn't because I looked on Skip the Dishes and the place I wanted to order from was like, it'll take an hour and 40 minutes for food to get here. I'm like, well, it's 8 o'clock at night and I'm hungry. So I just made food because it was faster. 20 minutes later, I had a nice big bowl of pasta. I'm happy I didn't order food. It was on Friday that I thought about it. But I ended up not doing it. That sounds like a nice sandwich, actually. You can't really fuck up a turkey and Swiss sandwich. It's one of the classics. It's like the BLT or a type deal where it's just like you kind of just can't screw up a ham or a ham and Swiss or a turkey and Swiss. I have a harder time cooking in the summer sometimes. Like if it's really hot and all the food I need to cook is like, it's part of the reason why I like winter more than summer. Because if it's really hot, it's like kind of oppressive and difficult to make food sometimes. But it's like my oven boots up the temperature of my apartment by about 5 degrees Celsius. Oh, I too love a good salad, yeah, but like, you know, sometimes you want baked potatoes. Sometimes you want like roasted vegetables. Sometimes you really want like a lasagna, you know? And it's like, well, if I want to get my baked mac and cheese, I have to bake it. And that immediately becomes kind of difficult when like your main ability to bake increases the temperature of your apartment and your air conditioning is already blasting at full blast. But yeah, foods that I like eating year round are, I like sandwiches year round. I don't mind making sandwiches year round. I don't mind doing like any pan frying stuff year round. Like I eat a lot of, in the summer, I eat a lot of like rice and like stir fry type food if I'm making stuff because rice doesn't really heat up the apartment too much because it's like, well, I'm just, you know, it's just stovetop, right? Like that's not going to increase the temperature of my apartment much. But in the winter, I eat a lot more potatoes and, you know, squash and things where it's like, yeah, I'm heating up the apartment. Woke up to chunks of ice in the toilet. Yeah, that's quite the getting out of bed must have been tough that day. Chunks of ice in the toilet. Yikes. Just like leave your milk out on the counter because why not? Go into the fridge because it's warmer in there. Yeah, exactly. Not gonna make a pot roast in the summer. I'm not gonna, you know, be baking salmon with a miso glaze in the summer. Dwarf, are you okay? Are you okay? I think hauling all of those, so a lot of the cages had a few dead things in them. I don't think they liked that very much. That's kind of funny. It's a good thing we were able to get that done, though. I'm sure those corpses piling up were not great for the old CPU. Masterwork has been lost. Oh no. Whatever shall we do? Cheers, Jamie. We'll be okay. I wonder if I've accidentally crushed any artifacts. Very curious. That was close. Dwarf almost got crushed by the drawbridge. Do you guys have any foods that you're like, this is a summer food. I can only eat this in the summer? Because I have that for some things. Sort of like how like there's a lot of meals that are like season specific, like it has to be a certain time of year. Like for me, pea soup. I'm not a huge fan of pea soup, but I will always have a bowl of pea soup around Halloween. And there's a logical reason for this. It's because my mom used to always make pea soup on Halloween when we were growing up. And the reason she would always do it on Halloween is because with pea soup, it's very easy to have like long strips of sausage and bits and pieces of peas, and she used to always call it witch's brew. So she'd make like a spooky Halloween bowl of soup. And then, the classic like peeled grapes and stuff for eyeballs and all that fun stuff. Peeled grape salad, which of course is eyeballs. If you get real fancy, you can like dye them. So you can have eyeballs with like actual dyed patterns in them. I'm sorry you have to do that, even on the solstice. Yeah, I don't really drink either of those ever. Seasonal ingredients? Isn't that kind of the same thing? Fries with cheese and bacon? I need to make me... So I learned recently that my local market will now sell bulk. The only reason this dwarf hasn't gone totally insane is because they mastered a skill. My local market will sell bulk cheese curds. Bunch of birds on my porch. You only drink the blood of your enemies on Tuesday? Not Thursdays? I thought that was a Thursday tradition. The hard part is convincing your enemies to give you their blood. Which is why it takes until Thursday, usually. The fact that you're able to get the blood of your enemies by Tuesday is kind of impressive. What do you drink the rest of the week? Because that's when it's tastiest? What, like fresh raw tomatoes? Fresh off the plant? I wish I had enough sun to grow tomatoes. I really don't. If I had enough sun to grow tomatoes, my life would be so much nicer. But I just don't. Although, I've been told that there's problems with people stealing tomatoes off of people's porches around here in the summer. Because they're very easy to spot at a distance and super easy to steal. Basil and mozzarella. Like, are you melting the basil and mozzarella on, or are you just eating them raw? So I like that on like a cheese plate. If you just have like a cheese platter with just like a few pieces of things that you can just put on them. It's always nice. I like doing stuff like that because it's like, it's a no-carb snack that I can enjoy. I'm kind of like staring at this temple because I want to see if they're going to dance. It's very rare that I see dancing in temples, but I've seen it once or twice. In this fort, which I think is kind of neat. Like it melted on bread. So this is maybe a bit of a local thing, but anybody here a fan of bagels with smoked salmon and cream cheese and capers? Because that's kind of the summer food that I think of. Like when I think of foods that I only eat in the summer, it's that. Toasted bagels, or even not toasted bagels, with cream cheese, smoked salmon, and capers. Maybe olives, if you feel like being super fancy, so you have capers and olives. But that's a little bit salty. Are there any musical instruments in the temple? There should be. Actually, maybe not. Not this temple. I know another one does. I could make that happen, though. I need to put a chest in here. Good call. It's paperwork season, Stone. Heads up. We're in early autumn. Also, kind of like little interesting anecdote. Longdeath right now on YouTube, part 1 of Longdeath is currently getting 130 views an hour. I don't know why. Or it did for an hour, and then it just stopped. Like it got 130 views, and then it went back down to getting around, I don't know, 2 to 4 views an hour. So it got posted somewhere. What the hell happened? That makes like no sense. Because it normally gets around 100 views every 48 hours or so. But it randomly just got like a big influx. Wonder where those came from. YouTube's a weird thing. I wish I understood it. But I got a YouTube channel that's doing well enough that people are calling me famous, and I don't know how to feel about that. No. I mean, it's not like my top videos. My top videos are doing much better. These are my top videos. These guys. All my clickbaity things are at the top. Well, this one and that one are kind of my SEO optimized videos. But, you know, it's not doing bad. It's weird having a YouTube channel that actually gets traffic. You know, I've had various forms of YouTube channels over the years, or this YouTube channel has taken various forms over the years, but search engine optimized is SEO. Let me know when you want me to scroll, Stone. Oh, hey, they brought us a dog. Raw crystal glass. Man, these I know I'd probably be disappointed, but I really want to see what the Council of Men's place looks like. Probably just looks like a shitty little human town, but they bring us so much stuff. Like, where are they getting crystal glass from? Like, that's crazy. Speaking of crazy, it's 1:50. I've already been streaming almost longer than I did yesterday. That's impressive. I'm assuming you got it. It's a few huts jam-packed with merchants. So they're just like expert traders then, basically. So they're leaving. They're bringing us a pig. I can tell you that because they've got a caged one that this person's carrying. Are still alive there? Every single one? Well, I'm very happy that they brought us that sow. Oh, hey, leopard blood. How kind of them. This is actually kind of a big one for them. They deny having trade partners. They lie about it, you mean? But yeah, no, search engine optimized Axon is like... Well, probably my most search engine optimized video is the Dwarf Fortress release date and early access we need to talk video is probably the most search engine optimized video I have. The second one would probably be Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition 2020 recap. Because those are using terms and words that are frequently used to search for things, thus making it more likely that it'll get chucked into an algorithm or the algorithm. Another video that I have that's very SEO optimized would be the what happens when you dig too deep today in Dwarf Fortress. Anything with part 1 in it is usually going to have a higher search engine optimization. Terms like walkthrough and full playthrough are also very SEO heavy. It's one of those sets of terminologies that you hear a lot if you work in content creation or if you work in any kind of digital or internet marketing. It's also a term that I hate. And I really hate making SEO optimized videos because I look at them and I'm like, it makes me upset looking at it. Because I'm like, it just makes me upset looking at it because it's like, is used for what? Absolutely nothing. Redbeard is what it's used for. Absolutely nothing. There is no purpose for blood in barrels. It's a bug, I think. A bug that Tarn's not sure how to fix, but is also kind of hilarious. Just like there are no use for gremlin tears. And sometimes you can get barreled gremlin tears directly from your human traders. How the fuck they got those gremlin tears into a barrel? No. I don't know. No idea. But on the topic of fun trends, this is my YouTube channel right now on Social Blade. Right here where I privated a bunch of videos in March 2019 was when I decided I'm going to take this YouTube channel seriously. Actually, it was about here where I started taking the YouTube channel seriously in 2018. Then I privated a bunch of old videos that were just super not relevant to the channel at all and didn't get any views anyway. And deleted some old stuff that had like copyrighted music and stuff in it. And then around here was when the channel started to actually kind of do things. And then right there was when news started happening about Dwarf Fortress. And that was when the news stuff started doing well. I think it was about here that my YouTube channel finally got approved for YouTube Partner, was in February 2020. Or rather, it got approved back in November 2019, but I actually got it in February 2020. And then since then, all this has happened. There was a few slow months in the summer, but picked up. How they got those tiers? What, for the... whoops, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. What, for the army of gremlins that they're beating in the basement? Excuse me? Oh, I know how that happened. How did they get those gremlin tiers? Famous blind. I'm not used to that at all. Like I recorded a podcast last night. For those of you who like listening to my podcast, there's a new episode coming, probably Friday. Afterwards I was talking with Ryan, and I'm like, yeah, it's gotten kind of strange. I've gotten weirdly famous in certain circles of DF. Another thing I've noticed, sorry to like change the subject abruptly, is the trade caravans from the mountain home have gotten weirdly small recently. So we're not getting migrants, and the trade caravans have gone from about 9 carts down to 2. I don't know what the fuck's happening at the mountain home, but I don't like it. Anyway, yeah, I've gotten weirdly famous recently. Like, I answered a question in the KitFox Discord, and someone responded to it with, "Holy, it's a famous person." I'm like, what? I'm not really famous. The gremlins are clearly salty about the fact that I'm famous. Yeah. It's something that, like, is really hard to get used to. Cause, like, I don't know. I don't feel famous. I'm a streamer, but, like, I'm not huge. Like, there's 60 people watching. I don't know. I don't feel famous. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? I wish that you'd tell me why you're not sending me migrants, and what exactly is going on. But I guess they just won't. I never said that they weren't quality 60 people. But I don't know. To me, like, famous is like Ninja's famous, you know? Like Quill 18's famous. You know what I mean? Like Krug Smash is pretty famous. I'm just me. What's the pop cap? 51. That's not the problem, trust me. I checked multiple times. I even increased it the other day. You have a good appointment? Cheers, Authority. I look forward to our meeting next year, Focal Fury. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Oh, shit. In the early summer of 135, Deller Conflict Crafts became mayor of the Rampart of Speaking, replacing Dodik Stodikbend. Everything else seems to be pretty much the same. I see, here's the thing. I don't describe myself as famous because I think that that's, and I don't consider myself famous because I don't think that that's really accurate. I think there's a difference between kind of well-known and being famous. Does that make sense? It's like people know who I am in the context of a very specific niche thing. Or several specific niche things. But outside of that, no one's heard of me. So I don't really consider myself famous. When people start to know who you are outside of the thing that you're known for, like when people start to know you just for the sake of knowing you, then that's famous. Yeah, Ninja's a streamer. He was a pro Halo player back in the day, but got absurdly big with Fortnite and is most well known for playing Fortnite with Drake? Question mark? It was Drake that he played Fortnite with, right? It's like, so I don't know. It's weird being called famous, but like, I'm totally fine with being well known. Not that I wouldn't be okay with being famous, but like, it just doesn't feel accurate. No, Smash D, don't throw a tantrum. Please don't. Don't do it. Stay sane, you silly dwarf. Just to get high with Snoop Dogg? I don't think I could handle Snoop Dogg's weed. Have you seen the documentary Grass is Greener? It's a documentary about the history of cannabis. It has Snoop Dogg in it. It's on Netflix. And there's a sequence where Snoop Dogg takes his joint, takes a joint and lights it, and offers it to the guy interviewing him. And he's like, no, I've got to, like, we got to finish this interview. I have to stay all here. And he goes, no, you're in my house. I insist. But he's like, fine, takes a hit and like almost falls over on the ground coughing because it's so strong. It's just a really funny clip. It's worth watching the documentary just for that clip. But it's a good documentary though. Outside of just that clip. That's just a particularly funny scene. I love that my bins are starting to degrade. The bins and the beds are all degrading now. You've found the same with people who others know are very wealthy. Like, they acting normal, and then when someone figured out what someone's worth, what do you mean? You understand? Someone on Reddit said they were at a concert and he had a baggie full of blunts and he would light it and pass the light to another. That's good shit. I don't know. Snoop Dogg seems like a bro, and I'm not a huge fan of his music, but he seems like a good dude. There's very few people where it's like, this is a famous person that I would like to meet, or a celebrity, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind meeting Snoop Dogg. And I've gotten to meet a couple really random famous people. My favorite, like, name drop famous person that I've met is probably Herman Lee. I've been in the same bar as Tony Hawk, but I never actually met Tony Hawk. I was very much, yo, that's Tony Hawk, says the person next to me. Is a generous and gracious host? Yes. Unless you're anti-weed, in which case then probably not so much. I mean, he's probably got his own brand. You could probably just order those. Actually, I don't know too much about that, but I'd assume it's just incredibly THC heavy. Why did that get suspended? What? Unsuspend that. Also, doesn't he have a wine? A podcast I was listening to recently mentioned that there's a Snoop Dogg branded wine. Oh, in Brazil. Okay, yep, yep. Yeah. What? Why is Diamond Destruct going to prison? Probably because I missed a mandate. Also, Diamond Destruct wants to practice a martial art, but can't because he's a merchant. Don't feel anything after being confined. Pleasure near a fine bed. You'll be okay. Let's make some more cloth. This area looks so empty now that all of the forges are back here. A weed wine? No, I don't think it's a weed wine. I think it's just a normal ass wine. It's been a long time since I've had a strange mood. A long time. I feel like everybody's heard of that, but the problem with that, and there's also I know for a fact there's a Canadian-made THC beer that's alcohol-free that's brewed with cannabis, which I would love to try, by the way. But the problem is it's completely illegal to sell that stuff in Canada. They can make it and they can sell it out of the breweries specifically with specific licenses, but alcohol retailers cannot sell them because it's not alcohol and because it's not it tastes disgusting. Cannabis doesn't taste good, and cannabis and tea also doesn't taste good. It's not legal for alcohol establishments to sell cannabeer, and it's also not legal for Spider's already dead. And it's not legal for dispensaries to sell them, as of last time I checked. It's like this weird, well, no one can really sell it. Around this amount of years. They do still make artifacts. It's just the kids that make the artifacts, right? Because every dwarf has made an artifact, basically. It's like Goldpoke hasn't. Although maybe Goldpoke did. 13, no, Goldpoke hasn't. It's like they certainly can make artifacts. They've stopped writing books, more or less. Although, I'm going to make them some more choirs and bind a bunch more books. Yeah, I've had about 270 books for about 50 years, probably. I had 300 something, and then I took all of my as I said that just happened. The naturalist Sparkly 4K has discovered foraging behavior and the diet of creatures. Maybe we'll get a bunch of books on that subject. I made a breakthrough regarding the foraging behavior and diet of creatures. Such elation I feel. Elated after making a breakthrough concerning the foraging behavior and diet of creatures. And you'd want to practice a martial art. Well, Oh, you're in the bear fighters. Okay. Let's get the bear fighters training for a bit. Both of them. Both my wrestling squads. Go train. The screw, my love. I mean, useful mountain halls, treaties in the mountain halls, thoughts on Anander. I like thoughts on Anander because the first incarnation of Anander wrote like 5 books about himself and then wrote books about writing books about himself. History of beliefs, classic interviews, the study of animal diseases, victory by interviews, record of animal diets. That's a shield. That's also a shield. Useful ignorance. The hidden meaning of ignorance, migration in pursuit of social animals, book of animal courtship, introduction to interviews, discovering pulleys, the pulley questioned, pulleys before and after. This is like a roller coaster of emotions. Did knowledge falter? An offering to interviews, captivated by conversations, uncovering diseases of animals, traditional conversations, the truth about animal courtship, an interpretation of knowledge, the movement of animals and the coming troubles, the world of glue. That's probably my favorite book title that we have is The World of Glue. Pulleys for the Beginning Practitioner. A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys is also a pretty good one. Against Ignorance. That one's just about America. Knowledge and Beyond. It's like Bed Bath and Beyond, but Dwarf edition. It all begins with ignorance. Before belief, the lack. On the lock. I don't think I've seen that one. On the lock. Who wrote this? It was written by Astro Banjos. Okay. It concerns the construction and use of the worded lock. Ignorance, a new approach. In pursuit of scraping, before knowledge, true ignorance, more glue. Written by Brander Buddy. It concerns the use of adhesive materials. More glue. Against ignorance, mastering beliefs, sutures for everyone. Is this one new? Written by Cheers Jamie. Surgical method of suturing. Choose adhesives. Migration in the universe. Doubts about reproduction. That's a pretty good one. I don't believe I've seen that one. Written by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the reproductive behavior of creatures. Principles and interviews. Knowledge of ligature. The shadow clock, my love. Discovering glue. The mystery of excision. Conversations. The truth. The meaning of shadow clock. Oh, have I seen that one? Written by Sparkly 4K. It concerns the use of shadows to tell time. It's not awful, but not very good either. True animal diets. Societies. Yeah, anyway. You'd read A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys? That was the book that Squug wrote. And I gave him the honorary title of Wizard because I assumed that he identified as Wizard. And then he became my mayor. And then became an absolute dick to be a mayor. But it was entertaining. All right, let's get that done before the mayor gets mad at me again. Why did that show up as forbidden? Someone who calls himself a wizard isn't a good leader. I would describe Squug as like, if this fortress ever had a mad king, it's that one. There we go. Oh, wait, no, you said bolts? Good. Oh, I know why that took so long. Saruman, you think he'd be a good leader? Saruman was an excellent leader. What do you want about? Saruman was a fantastic leader, right? He bred a whole new race of military. He had, like, shitty motives, but he was an excellent leader. You know, like, just because you have crappy motives doesn't make you a bad leader. You can have awfully fucked motives, but be an excellent leader. There we go. This will get stuff done. See, he just wasn't passionate about the Shire. He just wasn't, right? Now, once he decided to, you know, just go and follow passions and hobbies that he actually enjoyed, his true ability to be an excellent leader showed. And then he got squished by a bunch of trees. But spoilers for Lord of the Rings. Hey, chat, I got some good news. Politics warning, but...
Whoa, oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
I will say this. Twitch, y'all are fucking late. Jesus, why didn't they jump on that bandwagon like 2 weeks ago? But... yeah. Maybe they were just waiting for him to be out of power. Then nuke him from the goddamn planet. He should just go retire and play golf for the rest of his life. Stop damaging things. What's a good one? In 15 to 20 years, they will do a remake. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done a remake of the Lord of the Rings films already. Like, I'm surprised they haven't gone, like, full-on fucking, like, George Lucas on that shit and just redone all the effects. I think that the effects in the Lord of the Rings movies, for what they are, hold up pretty good. You know, like, it's a lot of, like, half-second, like, things getting knocked over and slapped and heads flying all over the place, and there's, like, enough practical effects in there that it works. Although, on the topic of Lord of the Rings, have any of you guys watched that, Lord Mandalore video on Lord of the Rings and the Return of the King? Because I'm just gonna, like, throw it out there that, like, as somebody who played that game, the Return of the King game, I remember seeing all those special features and rolling my eyes at all of the... just watch the Lord Mandalore video if you haven't seen it. Highly recommended. Also features Samwise, or the actor who played Sam, who was also in Stranger Things relatively recently. And I didn't realize it was him until, like, halfway through the season. Then I was like, fuck, that's Sam from Lord of the Rings. What the hell? You ever had that happen where you're like halfway through a TV show or something and you're like, this person seems familiar. Yeah. And then out of nowhere, it just like you clue in and you're like, oh, I know who this person is. Making more choirs. I've got a few choirs. Just a few. Jesus. I should sell some of those choirs. Bum, 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 da-da-da-da. Interested after learning about kicking. I would too. You wish Tom Bombadil was in the films? Yeah, Tom Bombadil's... Okay, so did any of you guys play the Lord of the Rings video games that didn't have the movie license? That had the book license? The old movie games? Because before the original movie games, there was a bunch of Lord of the Rings games that came out that didn't have the film license. So they were just the movie license, right? Or that they were just the book license, not the movie license. And there was one on the PC that had not only had Tom Bombadil in it, but also had the tree that eats people and all of that good weird shit. There's a boss fight against that tree. The game's not very good, but it's like, it was just very strange playing that game because if I recall correctly, it came out after the movies. It was like, they were like 2005-ish that they came out. SNES one was crazy. Never played a SNES Lord of the Rings game. I've only played the one that was on PC. I don't know if it was on any other platforms. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Ah! Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring. Let's play from 8 years ago. Shoutouts to Simply Silver on YouTube. But yeah, this game. This is it. Very, very like stunning graphics for the time. Yeah, it's the Old Forest and Tom Bombadil. Yeah. You see? They're in the tree. The tree's trying to eat them. And then, you know, you fight spiders and stuff, but like... Yeah, not the most accurate, but like, look at those cape physics. Hey, yeah, I played that. Yeah, so did I. But I don't know. I don't think we should tell big corporations about Tom Bombadil because then they'll just make him into his own TV show. Although at the same time, I think I would watch like a TV show series about Tom Bombadil. It's just like him hanging out in the old forest, talking to trees. But then again, I would also probably watch a show that's just like Gandalf going from place to place and doing wizard shit. Like, imagine like the Netflix Witcher show, but instead of like, you know, who is Geralt stabbing in the face today? It's just Gandalf the Grey being Gandalf the Grey and going from place to place and doing Gandalf things. Sure, freeways, why not? Yeah, good old fucking demigod Tom Bombadil. Yeah, just singing and talking to trees and like hanging out with squirrels and shit. I don't know. Now I want this. Hey, corporations, you want money? Give me a job. Wait. Who owns Lord of the Rings? That's Warner Brothers, right? Pretty sure it's Warner Brothers that has that. Bunch of assholes, them. Oh, man. You're not happy about anything. Art is life. Is it, though? You need new socks. Travels of Gandalf the Grey. Yeah. You could have like a buddy cop episode where it's Gandalf and Radagast team up to like help a bunch of I don't know, folks solve a mystery. Actually, man, I would totally watch a buddy cop show that's just Radagast and Gandalf. I'm imagining like just a buddy cop like styled show. It sounds like my mother. Stupid. But I would totally watch that. Aragorn's too fucking edgy, though. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do an Aragorn show. Aragorn's like the edgelord of the crew, though. Need to get that miasma out of there, guys. Come on. I don't know. I feel like Tolkien stuff has been just dragged through the mud recently. Like, I feel personally like Star Wars has kind of been done dirty by Disney. Done dirty by Disney. Yep. That's a sentence. But, man, no matter how much Disney is doing to Star Wars, it's nothing on the destruction that was, I think I might be married to Tolkien. It's the absolute destruction of the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit that Warner Brothers has done. Gimli and Legolas in a bad comedy duo movie. Yeah, fuck it, I'm out. Fuck it, I'm out. Also, Belliner, do you want to play board games with us on Friday for after hours? I know you're on time off, but like, would you pop on and play board games? I don't know who's hosting it. We need to figure out who's hosting it. Should get FG to host. Should probably host. If she can make it. You want a cooking show with Merry and Pippin? Yeah, I would watch that. I would watch that. I would definitely watch that, yeah. Can confirm. Although I think out of all of these, I really, really, really want like either a Radagast or a Tom Bombadil show. I really like Radagast though. That was like the one thing I didn't mind about the Hobbit movies was the bit with Radagast where he showed up. Because he's just like this completely fucking insane man with like mushrooms in his beard. It's like, yep. I want to see more of that dude. I don't want to watch the rest of this movie. I just want to hang out with him for a bit. Yeah, crazy forest wizard. Although I got another dumb pitch, but I'll say it when I get back. I gotta go use the toilet real quick. Yeah, I'd really enjoy just a kind of sitcom based on just Hobbiton in general. It doesn't necessarily need to be focused on any of the famous characters. Maybe set it like, I don't know, 50 years before the events of 50 years before the events of The Hobbit. So like, you know, all this shit's kind of still going on and things are kind of a little hairy outside and you could have like younger versions of well-known characters, but just like, you know, make it like a Have you seen Corner Gas? What if it was just Corner Gas, but with hobbits? So they could have like it could just be like their general store and just like focused on the general store and all of the happenings around it and like all of just the day-to-day life of living in Hobbiton as a hobbit and being bored and doing nothing and eating a lot of food. I feel like that would just be great fun. But yeah, today's been pretty chill. I think that Golem's Life. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to watch a Golem's Life. I wouldn't watch a show about Golem's Life, but I would watch like a 2-hour long, 30 minutes in each episode special about Golem. That I would watch. But no, I'm just looking at view counts, not necessarily chat. Like chat's fine now, but like view counts wise, we're at like 50 people watching, right? Which is okay. Like that's not a bad number, but that kind of combined with it's been a little bit lurky today. It's been kind of quiet. We'll probably swap games pretty soonish. Before his decay, I still wouldn't want to see that because that's like watching the first half of the Titanic. The first half of the Titanic is a lovely love story, and then you get the rest of the Titanic. Also, speaking of things that are not miserable, Bellinaire, how's your time off been? But yeah, I don't know. I guess in reality, I just want that new. I just want a new season of The Witcher show, which I realize keeps getting delayed for perfectly valid reasons because pandemic and making TV shows during a pandemic is hard. And I completely understand that. That part makes total sense. Still just kind of wish that we could just have a second season of that because that first season was great. But 2020. But welcome back, audio. Or just protected by stupid word riddles. I mean, it's kind of true. I don't know. I would totally. I think if I could pick a TV show in Lord of the Rings, it would just be about Radagast and Gandalf. I would 1000% watch that. How's Fort? Fort's okay. Stream's kind of chill. Instant gratification. Yes. How you doing, Kleno? How's things, man? He makes a decent... Everything about The Witcher show was perfectly decent. It's like, and that's the easiest way to describe it. It was all just perfectly decent. Perfectly decent. All these dwarves are getting a metalsmithing demonstration. How nice. I think he makes a better Witcher because he's trying extremely hard to be a good Witcher because he's actually a fan of the source material, right? The fact that he's a fan of the source material, I think, makes him better for the role. I think if he wasn't a fan of the source material and he was just Henry Cavill, he wouldn't have made a particularly good Witcher. Damn. Hunters. It's the fact that he's a fan of the source material. How old is the fort? We are 130 years old. We are 13% done. 130! I rebuilt the forges, which is this. The current layout looks like this. Kind of got this tower thing over here on the left that I'm working on, which goes up to here. It's been good. Fort's good. Things are good. I'm still not sure where all of this kangaroo blood came from, but for some reason there's a lot of kangaroo blood. Not too sure. Maybe one day I'll figure it out. There's a bunch of forgotten beasts in the basement. They're pretty cozy. They live down there. It's fine. We don't get along particularly well, though, so we don't generally go down to visit. They don't usually come up here, so it's fine. Oh, hey, Goldpoke became a weaponsmith. But you felt lonely after being away from friends for too long. Sad days. Oh no, I thought the Witcher show was pretty well done in general. Just in general. Also, the unicorn breeding program has been very successful, Clown. Very successful. Damn. Streamer I know hit 10,000 sub points. That is wild. Feels like only a couple months ago he was at 4,000. That is crazy. For reference, I have 366 right now. We were at 365 and then a sub got gifted today. A single sub. That is insane, man. Time to go home? Alrighty, freeways. We'll see when we see you. Chain Brain. I'll shout him out if you want. He lurks in the channel almost every day, actually. Because he plays DF, but he doesn't stream it. He's currently got a hype train going. But that's insane. Absolutely insane. This human chain brain, yes. It sounds like an insult. Yeah, he just plays guitar all day. We've got, I mean, more puny corn. We haven't quite caught up to where we were at yesterday because I did butcher like 20 of them, but it's been a pretty successful unicorn breeding program, I would say. Being a pretty successful unicorn breeding program. And spring has arrived. It's that time of year again where a bunch of my dwarves could just keel over at any point, including my mayor. So who's it gonna be? I mean, they got plenty of troglodyte tendies. Gleno. So they're fine. Warm Shadow! The merchant was found dead. Yep, just the one dwarf. Can I get a round of Fs or beers or both? Question mark for Warm Shadow, as well as a human Iguk Dekwe Bedima is here to deliver a tribute because it is spring. Stone, are you around? Got some sort of thread. If I get below 30 total pop again, I will... Yeah, so if I lose 3 more dwarves, I will bring in another round of traders. Yes, Stone, you are around. There you are. That's the alpaca yarn. It's not much paperwork. It's easy paperwork. Yeah, no, like... Chainbrain's got his daily top gifters and sub gifters and stuff on. Today, the top 3 people who've gifted subs are 74, 52, and 23. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Like, I can't even comprehend that amount of money. He's made more money today than I have this year. Just in sub gifts. So, there's that. You know, the Twitch is such a weird thing. Because it's like, the kind of imbalance in how much money people make is crazy. And it seems to be almost entirely random. Some people just get bucket loads of money thrown at them, and some people just don't. And like, I've seen streamers with large amounts of money that get almost no tips or anything thrown at them. And struggle and have a hard time surviving with hundreds of people watching, sometimes thousands. And then there's channels that are like mine where I just kind of make barely enough to survive. And I'm doing enough to survive and enough to have enough on top that I can afford my hobbies. And then there's like people who just make an absurd amount of money for seemingly no reason. And I can never quite figure out how that happens. It's just a weird way Twitch works. So either Twitch is like partially busted today, or people really don't want to watch Longdeath today because we're having a hard time holding on to 50 viewers. Life is a random choice. If I figure that out, I'll be a millionaire in no time. I have this weird feeling that I'm just not that kind of person. I have this weird feeling that I will always make enough money to survive and nothing more than that, which I'm kind of okay with. Like, I think if I suddenly started making as much money as some people I know on this platform, I'd be a little bit uneasy. I'd feel like something was wrong, and I'd start to worry that it was being unsuccessful. Yeah, but you're still watching the stream, so it doesn't matter if you're playing Pokemon. I'm better than most people on the site? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, as I said, I would rather just make just enough money, then not enough. It's still just a weird thing. And an elven caravan has arrived. Chat, are we bored today? Out of curiosity? Like, how are we all doing out there? Should I switch games? Because, like, view counts, like, the stats don't lie. People must really be not interested in my stream today because it's just been weird. It's a weird day in the US? Sure, but that generally doesn't affect Twitch that much because of how international my audience is. Only about 30% of my audience is in the US. That doesn't affect things that much. In fact, weird days usually do better for me. But today's been just incredibly lurky, and also at the same time, numbers have just been real low today. Like, for me today, everything's been surprisingly low. Like, an average day for me is like 60 to 70 people, but we're sitting at 48. And I actually have like a personal rule, which is if I go below 50 viewers, I turn the stream off. But it's way too early to turn the stream off because I've only been streaming for 6 hours, and that rarely happens. Like it's very rare that I get to this number at this time of day. So something's weird, and I don't know what it is. Along with watching some of the inauguration. No, totally. I mean, and there's probably like a degree of just like a percentage of people are just watching American politics, but like, I don't know. Today's just been weirdly quiet in general. It's not like the White House is getting invaded again, but like the day that happened, there was no problems from my stream, which is maybe like not a good thing, but I didn't mean to do 20. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do, chat. I really don't. No attempted coups. Yes, not yet. At least none that I'm aware of. I wouldn't call it so early on the White House invasions. Give it 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, my head rule is if I've been streaming for more than 8 hours and I go below 50 viewers, it's time to call it a day, basically. That's my personal rule, is if I go below 50 people watching and I've been streaming for more than 8 hours, then it's time to end the stream. But we've only been going for 6, so... I don't know. My channel is just weird, and I think one of the reasons that one of the reasons I've always been kind of a weird channel is I don't really socialize with many other streamers. Like I'm not super active in a lot of chats, and I also always have streamed kind of weird games that a lot of people would traditionally think of as not fun to watch or less entertaining, if that makes sense. And because of this, I can usually count on one hand the number of raids I get in a month, and it's usually at least significant raids. So like raids that are from other streamers around my size or bigger. And it's almost always from my team. It's like this channel just doesn't get raided, period. And it's funny because like you see channels that do really well are the ones that get a lot of raids, and the ones that grow really quickly are the ones that get a lot of raids. You see me in other chats? Sure, but not in large chats, like very small streams, you know? Like I hang around, you know, other niche streams that play games that I'm interested in. You know, like you're not really going to see me in many streams that have hundreds or thousands of viewers. You're not going to see me on in those places gifting subs. You're not going to see me doing that stuff. And it's like, See me lurking cats. I've literally watched Cat on Mars for like since 2015, I think was when I started watching him. I've been watching Cat for like 6 years, dude. Like, I have a really long resub. It's like 54 months, I think. Actually, how many months have I been subbed to Cat? Hold on, I need to like double check that. I don't want to be wrong. I think it's a 3-year sub. 53 months. 53 months. I have the maximum possible badge. I've got 49 to Cringer, 45 to Bellinair, 7 to my cousin. I mean, today, the last few streams of Longdeath have been a lot of trying to like stabilize the fort. I did too much building in a short period of time, which kind of screwed up the mental state of a lot of my dwarves. And now we're down to only one depressed dwarf who I'm still kind of babysitting. And fortunately, they only tantrumed once today. It's this dwarf. I'm really hoping that this dwarf's just going to topple and snap out of it at some point soon. Because I feel like they're close. That, or he's just going to stay depressed. But, like, being in the military seems to be good for him right now. What's the definition of that term? Of that word, Stone? As in, like, pulling roots out of the ground? I don't know. At the end of the day, thank you very much, regardless of how busy or how quiet the stream is, for taking the time to tune in and watch my stream, you know? We got like 50 people on a weird day in North America. So thanks to everybody who tunes in, takes the time to watch the stream. Because if I didn't have you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this full time. I may not be one of those super crazy supported streams, but hey, I'm here. That's what matters. It's a North America... Oh, a rooter? As in, like, rooting for something? Oh, yeah, it's like cheering something on, I guess. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, well, would you look at that? Chat, we've been selected to be part of a boost stream experiment. So, I think if you refresh chat... Why'd you have to do that at the end of my stream? Potentially? I don't know. Do I have to turn this on? Twitch! How do I turn this thing on? Or can I even see it? I'm assuming I have to turn it on. No. Well, it's on. So I don't know. Allows you to receive promotions from the community, Disabling boosts will override. I could force end it. Oh, it's not started yet, but it's there. I don't know when that's gonna start, but supposedly I've been selected for it. It says right here, boost this stream, not started yet, but I can't turn it. I can't manually start, so I guess they start it when they feel like it. But I just got a notification that they're doing that, so that's a thing. Yeah, I don't know. There's an old song encouraged you to root for the home team. Can't say I've seen the term rooter before. Like, I don't think I've ever seen somebody referred to as a rooter, but I know the term rooting and rooting for something. Maybe it starts when I start my next stream. That would actually be horrendously bad timing. Because you have, what, 48 hours to finish it? I think it's 48 hours to finish it. And I stream tomorrow and then take Thursday off. And then take Friday off, right? So that would actually be a really bad timing for me because I'd probably not complete it. If that's how that works. So, fuck you, Twitch, if that's the case. And I kind of doubt we'd get it done in one day. It is a weird word to have in the game, yeah. Although there are sporting events and stuff in Legends, so... Pondered Daylight and Seasons. That's a new one, but they're back to discussing probing. They really enjoy discussing probing. Content remembering, pondering, probing. We'll just have to game the system. Just have to beg all my friends for assistance. Uh-oh. I just realized there's a dead dwarf in here. Yeah, okay. I need to give Warm Shadow a coffin, because apparently there's no coffin for Warm Shadow. Oh, I thought one of those were still open. Guess not. I mean, rooting is like supporting something, cheering for something. It scales according to your chat activity and number of people that watches your stream. So it's completable. I don't know if Jess ended up getting hers done. I think she did. But that's why I was sending people over to Jess's stream over the past week. To be like, go follow Jess and use your channel points on this stream, please. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did too. I didn't actually ask her though. It just means we'll have to complete it tomorrow if we get it. Which is horrible timing, but... And I also kind of hate the whole system, but I won't say no to free views if I can get them. So... I really hate, like, gamifying the promotion of streamers, but... Or rather, I dislike the concept of it. I don't know. It kind of hurts and punishes more lurky streams like mine. You know, just kind of being a chill stream puts you at a disadvantage there. Kind of goes along the lines of like, lurky streams and chill streams tend to make less money too, which has always been like a very interesting statistic to me. It's like streams that are super hyperactive and exciting and loud all the time tend to make way more money than more chill and relaxed streams. But then it's real funny when you see brand new streamers who just get into this business and don't necessarily take off and don't get an audience right away, try and do the super hyperactive and loud thing. Because to me, there's nothing funnier than seeing somebody being super hyperactive and loud with nobody watching. Like constantly trying to get hype and stuff going and spam going in their chat, and they're just like, chat's just like ... Yeah. Yep, exactly. It certainly does. You know, it's like somebody like Kat, right, who just has all of those ways, like dozens of ways to spend channel points on dumb shit. So it's like everybody just pays their taxes. Pay your taxes, kids. I mean, here I have spend 100,000 channel points, right? And like that, yeah. Do I even have anything to read though? I can just redo stuff. Hey chat, if you want to make this more interesting in the future, go to my Discord and add words to the add a word story room. I mean, it's kind of mean for me to like make fun of people like that, you know, are trying to be loud and hyperactive, but I don't know. I find it amusing. The finger remains bent backwards. The middle finger remains bent backwards. Last year, the year of the plague, jokes. Plaque training, apparatus, public pain battles. Hornbills fly away today. Farm seeds are mixed away with bird tits to eat. 6 servings to feed monkeys' teeth for successful rants. That one didn't make any sense. Beware the automation. Booty. Yes. Cats devour eyes from cadavers that look like people. Oh, I spelled people wrong. I will try that again. There we go. I fixed it. You're welcome. Tend to be obnoxious or loud and energetic. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I've always said that, like, you're never going to get very far on Twitch unless you can stream to nobody, right? Like, somebody like my friend Kat, right? He started off very lucky when he first started streaming a lot. He streamed Darkest Dungeon and did very well. But then, like, his channel, for lack of a better term, kind of dropped down in popularity for a while there. Like, he played a lot of FTL, and I remember easily about a year of him streaming FTL with about, 40 people watching, which isn't bad, but it's nothing compared to, like, the 800 to 1,000 people watching he had on Darkest Dungeon, right? And then eventually he recovered that, and now he's back up to, like, 300-400 people every stream. But it's like, you ditch silent streamers pretty quick if they don't reply. So you need interactivity, but you just don't want loud interactivity. I have a soft spot in my heart to go and watch ASMR streamers that have nobody watching. ASMR streamers with nobody watching are the funniest thing in the world to me. Just like, log out of Twitch or open up an incognito tab and go and watch ASMR streamers with no one watching. Oh my god. There's so much like awkward, quiet, like they're doing ASMR and talking to themselves, and then just like they're obviously checking chat, and then they'll check their phone. They'll go back to doing ASMR. I'm just like it's just way too funny. It's just way too goddamn amusing to me. Maybe I don't know. It's like this weird, almost cannon fodder feeling. It's like you're awkward and quiet, and I'm awkward and quiet, and we can just hang out together for a few minutes. And then I'm gonna go do something else. Yeah, my stream's always been very, very much firmly on the chill side of things. Also, what's kind of cute? People playing ASMR with nobody watching is kind of cute. Why is that kind of cute? I guess I wouldn't really think of that as cute, but. You had to have at least 5 people to make it comfortable. Yeah, talking to oneself. I can talk to a microphone by myself, no problem. Like when I record videos, that's just me staring at my computer screen. I can do that, no problem. What I don't like doing is streaming when nothing in chat happens for a very long time. Like, I don't necessarily need to be making money all the time every day. Like, I think I've made about $4 today, and yesterday I made about 5. But it's like, I don't necessarily need to be constantly making money to keep my energy up, but I do need a relatively active chat to function. Which, you know, I've talked about many times. It's kind of a similar thing. It's like, I feel like I'm doing something wrong if I just watch numbers going down and people not watching. You know? It's because, like, it's just a lot of streamers will tell you, they're like, oh, you know, the number of people doesn't matter. All that matters is, like, the community. And yeah, but that's not fucking true. It's not. If numbers go down, streamers get stressed. It doesn't matter. And, like, even I'll have, like, weeks where I won't make much money and chat will be slow, and I'll start to wonder. It's like, all right, have people gotten tired of me? Is my career over in 2 months? It happens like at least once a month. There will be like a week there where everything's just kind of slow nonstop for a little bit. And then I'll start to get really worried, and it's usually like not founded on anything, but it certainly happens. And it's stressful. It's weird. I don't know. Permit one worker to work here. Where are you? Just want to have a really good weaponsmith. There you are, Gold Poke. I'm gonna get you to forge spears on repeat until we run out of charcoal. I'll just sell them all. Because I probably have 75 billion iron. 2,863 currently. And 52 charcoal. I'm going to queue up 300 charcoal. Is anybody out there? Echo, 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 echo. You're not too far off. I always return to this one stream that the game's frozen right now, by the way. There it goes. I always return to this one stream that I saw. Which was this one girl who was trying to do ASMR on a Blue Yeti, which is a terrible microphone to do ASMR on. And you could hear her fridge in the background. Like, you could hear quite a bit of audible background noise. And there was this one person in chat talking a lot about how bad the background noise was and how he couldn't sleep. And how this stream was so good before. Like, why can't you let me sleep? Just being like an absolute ass to this poor girl who's just trying to, you know, I don't know, tickle her microphone or whatever the fuck she was doing. And I'm just sitting there like kind of listening, and she's just like, yeah, okay, I'll work on it. You know, like next time we'll have it like calm down. And she's like being weirdly patient with this person who's just like, yeah, am I ever gonna get to sleep with this shit? I'm so, like, maybe if you like stop typing and go lie down. Like, the fuck are you doing? Why are you just like all caps shouting at this poor person about the fridge sounds? And it went on for like 15 minutes, just this back and forth about this girl's fridge sounds and him like giving her links about how she can like fix her background noise, and her just like whispering and like going like, okay, I'll look at that next time. No, you have to look at this now. I'm never going to get to sleep. Such a strange directory. I don't even like ASMR at all, but I get this weird schadenfreude by watching bad ASMR. It's kind of like, you know, how it's kind of enjoyable to watch a bad movie sometimes. You know, it's like, this is a train wreck, and I just find a different mic tickler. Yeah, there's plenty of mic ticklers. They'll tickle those mics all day. I think the guy was probably just trolling, but like at the same time, it's still like very strange. Turns out mic tickling, a very like MST3K. You know, I've never actually seen MST3K. I've seen clips. I've never actually sat down and watched a whole episode of it. Yeah, it's like middle of summer vacation stats in here today. Bow, bow, bow. No mandates, just can't export bucklers. Got it. Isn't that the case for everybody who liked an old thing, is they don't like the new iteration of the old thing? Which is why a bunch of people who really like Dwarf Fortress are not going to like the new version. I've started getting those people in my comments recently. Fuck this shit, they should just sell Classic. Well, I mean... I really dislike the new version of Unsolved Mysteries that's on Netflix. And I really like the old version of Unsolved Mysteries. The problem that I have with the new one, well, with the old one, it was great. It was like this bite-sized, sometimes kind of creepy, sometimes kind of outlandish Unsolved Mysteries show, right? Whereas the new one is like an hour-long, long-winded mini crime doc with never enough substance to actually be a full crime doc, but they try and make it work, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't. I made it through the first episode of the new Hannibal show, or the newish Hannibal show. Loved it. And then made it, I think it was 3 episodes in, and noped the fuck out at episode 3, because I was watching it a week and a half after I got out of hospital with type 1 diabetes. And there's an episode with mushrooms growing on people, and it's, spoilers, all about type 1 diabetics being kept alive on like drip feeds, full on and hyperglycemic shock with mushrooms getting grown in them while they're alive. And I'm just like, I made it like 80% of the way through that episode until that reveal. And then I was like, you know what? This is not a good time for me to watch this show. I need to just go do something else. And I've never gone back. My name is Abet. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. The world is same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as always. Which is weird, because, like, I'm totally fine with, like, large amounts of gore. Totally fine with dark shows, like crime shows. I like violent shows. None of this content in that show should bother me. I've seen worse in everything that show does, but that one subject matter at that time, nope. Just, nope. Noped the fuck out. Also, I've learned that that's apparently, like type 1 diabetics and insulin is a massive post-apocalypse trope, apparently. Like, every single fucking post-apocalyptic game in existence has some sort of quest where it's like, yeah, we need insulin. It's like, gotten real annoying. Like, it's a whole side quest line in The Last of Us 2. Where they're like, yeah, go get insulin from anywhere that you can, because we have 2 type 1 diabetics that need insulin. And I'm sitting here going, shit's got an expiry date. Eat, I'll be dead, but... Like, see, I'm totally... Man, I don't know. I've seen a lot of horror shows, and I don't mind any of it, but... Just making sure there's no bucklers that have snuck in here. Nope, they're still unloading. What show gave me the creeps? Hannibal. Episode 3. Because it's all about killing type 1 diabetics. And when I was watching that show, it was like 2 weeks after I got out of hospital. So it was like, nope. Not going to watch any more of this. But, welcome back to Lurk Chat. And Deadstream stream. Deadstream Day. There we go. That's what I was looking for. It's also a trope I'm really tired of already. But that's besides the point. There's no reason to do round of beers. Because we're not that lurky. And there's been no legitimate reason to do beers anyway. People are talking now. That's all that matters. Although, maybe they're about to all die again, because who knows? I don't know, chat. I'm thinking about... I was fully planning on doing a after hours game today, but I'm just kind of thinking about ending stream pretty soon because of how quiet it's been. Our investment's up? Fuck if I know. Go figure it out. Try it and find out. Rip us? Nah. Y'all are fine. They're just sleeping. Chat's not dead, it's sleeping. It's also a bit jarring because I've had a couple really good days in a row where things have been real busy. But... How dare you be looking at my Patreon? Don't apologize, sheesh. Do what you gotta do. Also, stupid, are you lurking? I have a question when you look up. No, you're not stupid. I'm looking for Irish stupid. Because Irish stupid has this tendency to post something on my Discord and then DM it to me as well. I always see everything that's posted on Discord, and it's like, if you're not going to post it on the Discord, you can DM it to me. But like, if you're going to post it on the Discord, I'm going to see it. It's my Discord. I look at everything that gets posted on my Discord. Like, why do you have to send it to me twice, basically? Smash T is no longer red stressed. It's gone down. Come on, Dwarf, you can do it. Almost have to brew more alcohol. Make extra sure? I mean, it's extra spammy. After my Lost Flame video. That's a random one. Which Lost Flame video? I've put up 2 relatively recently. There was one for the most recent patch, and then there was one for the one before that. Probably wouldn't be the one before that. One before that got more views, but... Did you mean to write TM or DM? I'm confused. Well, how the heck did you find that video? That's like a game that like 100 people own, maybe. maybe probably more than 100, but a few hundred at most people own. As a Canadian, half the time I don't necessarily take sorry as an apology, because in Canadian vernacular, it's not an apology, it's a question. Sorry? Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. What? It's not an apology half the time. It can also be an insult, you know? It's like, oh, I had to do this yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. So for me, it's like I almost never take I'm sorry as just a straight apology. It's usually, I usually read it like something else. Oh, I'm sorry. Axon. So do you play Lost Flame, or are you just like looking for weird roguelikes? But congrats on being so freaking rich, Richie. Rich? McAxon? Yeah, no one says excuse me in Canada. Sorry. Just sorry. But again, it's not an apology, and people who don't live here think it's an apology. It's not an apology. I'm gonna buy a boat so you can just say, I'm on a boat, motherfucker, take a look at me. Waves and foam as far as the eye can see. I'm riding on a dolphin, doing flips and shit. Please don't sue me, T-Pain and Lonely Island. Your music is entertaining. Also, I love the fact that one of my favorite like things about Twitch in the past few years is the fact that T-Pain has gone from being like a pretty famous celebrity, like maybe a B tier celebrity, but still a celebrity. He went from that to just like a Twitch streamer. Like he's just a full-time streamer now, who also has like music on the market that you could buy if you want to. If I ever make rewards for tickets, you really... Okay, so how much money... I could do the math on how many hours you would need to watch my stream in order to give me enough pre-roll ad revenue in order to afford a boat, or how many months you'd have to be subscribed to my stream in order for me to be able to afford to give you a boat in exchange for tickets. But that would be so many hours that I wouldn't want to look at that number, so I'm not even going to bother looking it up. No, he's a Twitch ranter. I was more of a Twitch alcoholic. We need some trousers. Let's just do a full round of clothing. Gloves. Mitten. Cap. Actually, no, let's do iron caps. No, not adamantine. I don't have any adamantine. Hello, Cyrlac. Hope it went well, Authority. But yeah, no, Zargi, it's interesting to see somebody come in from Lost Flame, because I don't believe that I've gotten any traffic from that game whatsoever. YouTube's a weird thing because it's like, on Twitch you kind of need to play games that people are aware of in order to get any traffic. But YouTube, once you have some sort of a following, if you play games people haven't heard of, they're more likely to watch. It's this really kind of like weird push and pull balancing act as a Twitch person, where it's like, well, people are much more likely to watch a game that they've heard of on Twitch. But on YouTube, if something new pops up, it's like, oh, something new. It's a weird dynamic. It's like a game that might do real shit for me on Twitch. I will stream it on Twitch just specifically to record it so I can put it up on YouTube, because I know it'll do well on YouTube. It's a really weird dynamic. And then there are certain things that do really well on Twitch that do trash on YouTube, like the puzzle games that I do, generally not so hot on Twitch, or not so hot on YouTube, but they do real well on Twitch. People really like watching them on Twitch, so I don't know. It's a fun back and forth, trying to figure out that balancing act. That's good, Authority. You never go looking for new games on Twitch? Yeah, exactly. And then, like, unless it's, like, a streamer that you watch a lot, like, even me, like, there's some cases where, like, I'll go play a new roguelike that people have been pestering me to play, and people will like that. But, like, I'll go play a new game, and people are like, meh, what's this? New, eh. It's one of the reasons, like, I'm really happy that the YouTube is doing kind of well, and I hope it does better. Like, kind of in my head goal is I want to get to a point where every video that I put up on YouTube gets 1,000 views, minimum. That's kind of my goal for YouTube. If I can get it to that point, I will be very happy. Because that'll be about $2 a video, give or take. Which would be really nice. Right now I get like 10 cents for most of my VODs, which is like not nothing, but not much. Although I had a really kind of funny back and forth with somebody on YouTube who commented on one of my most recent one of my most recent news updates, who said, "Why do you have a Patreon with only 5,000 subscribers on YouTube? Dude, at least be subtle." Like, he was kind of offended that I was shouting out my Patreon. I'm like, because this is my full-time living and I stream full-time on Twitch and have for 6 years. It's been my full-time source of income for 6 years. It's like, Twitch is kind of different than YouTube in that, like, you need a large amount of support from a small group of people instead of just everybody passively making you ad revenue and then the other half of them blocking it. Telling people to support me on Patreon. It's the last 15 seconds of the video, apparently, is not being subtle enough. Oh, trust me, if I get to a point where my YouTube is making enough money for me to live off of that by itself, I won't ever mention the Patreon in a video. Trust me. Just kind of a fact. I just won't. It's like Krug Smash talks about how he doesn't like to shout out his Patreon. It's like, well, he doesn't need to, because he's already making enough money off of his Patreon that he doesn't need to mention it, right? I really want to get my Patreon up to $1,000 a month. If I can do that, then I can just shut off the leaderboards and goals and everything on Twitch. I'll leave hype trains on for the funness of when they happen, but... Yeet. I mean, I certainly put less effort into the minute-to-minute content for people, but I know for a fact I get many people through their workday every day just off of my YouTube channel alone, which is, I think, a reason to have my content respected. Hi, Hobo. How are you? How's your day been? We're making a lot of clothing and some metal stuff. It's good times. Just chilling. Today's been weird on Twitch. Like, I feel like something on Twitch is broken, but I don't think it is. Like, today's just been weird on Twitch. Like, it's been very lurky and chill. Almost to a point where it's like, should I just, like, go to, like, do something else to just call it easy? But yesterday I didn't stream long enough, so keeping it going. No, I think chat's just distracted. Chat's watching the news today, I think, probably. I mean, it's been cozy. Like, it's been fun. As long as there's like a few people talking, I'm okay. Also, we're like back up to 68 people, which is interesting because like not 10 minutes ago we had 48 people watching. So I don't know, like 67 people, 68 people is totally fine, but. I mean, we're not quite metal band in the woods level of metal stuff. I mean, the metal industry is up and running. Well, we're also making stuff out of cloth and leather. So yeah, we're basically a metal band. Metal band bondage crew. We just need some chains and ropes. I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Cyrolac? Metal? Question mark. So not metal, but like, what about modular synthesizers, Cyclone? Way out of your league? Hey, Cyclone, look at this. Hold on. Let me grab a link. I learned that this is in my city. I'm not, Cyclone. You don't know what they do, but you like it? The best part about modular synthesizers is by the time it's all hooked up and put together, it looks like a 1980s spaceship. Like, there's a certain YouTuber who I'm not a huge fan of because I think he's fucking obnoxiously annoying, so I won't actually shut him out, who has a rather large modular synthesizer setup. And his description of why he has a modular synthesizer is like, well, it's the most fun you'll have tinkering with a synthesizer, and also I get to live in an 80s spaceship. Which is like, yeah, that's a large part of it. The 6-pack in the snowbank where they placed it. Nice. Nice. Just don't freeze it, because that does weird things to beer. It'll kind of ruin it if you freeze it. Mushrooms, pumpkins, potatoes, anything else that'll conduct electricity, in theory. What is that, like an Imperial IPA or Stout or something? What if you freeze it and then, like, put it into a what if you put it into a flash freezer and then vaporize it? Also, it's paperwork time, Stone. We started today year 133, right? So we've done 3 years? Oh. So then it's not beer. Okay. But you know, if the wife orders them, the wife orders them. Hi, back. I'm streamer. Although, Cyclone, this is something you'd understand. I ordered guitar picks 2 days ago, which are supposedly arriving tonight. Hey, Stone, are you around? You're making mac and cheese. I haven't had mac and cheese in a while. No, other Stone. I would say hobo if I was talking to you, stoned. Are they good picks? They're just soft picks that just cheap soft picks because the two that I have are not made out of flexible material and are extremely fucking loud. And while I don't mind annoying my neighbors with loud music, I don't want to get evicted. So I'm going out of my way to not be super goddamn loud. I also need to buy new strings, but I'll do that later. Also, I need to put that goat somewhere, so I'm going to go put that goat over here with the alpaca. You can go keep the alpaca company. You heard any more from that dog? Oh, the one above me? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It got quiet for a little bit there, but it's gone haywire a couple of times in the middle of the night. No more screaming, though. But certainly just normal dog noises. So you will make no noises? See, here's the thing. I used to feel that way. Nah. Although I'm fortunate. I don't fucking want their dog. God damn. Fuck that noise. I am still quiet enough that they don't generally hear me, but acoustic guitar, I don't really have the option for headphones. Because I don't own an electric guitar, I own an acoustic guitar. Pretty nice one, too. So I usually fuck around with it around 6 to 8-ish, but my sliding glass door is usually open. Not sure what brand it is. I could go get... Do you want me to go get it? I'm not going to play anything. I don't have enough space right here, but... Here. I'll go get it. Give me a minute. Just post pics? Okay. Yeah, it was a birthday gift when I was like 11, 12-ish. I learned to play campfire guitar. But currently I'm working on offloading my television. I'm trying to like pawn it off on my aunt. But if I can't, I will just put up a sign in the lobby, say, free TV if you come get it. I don't want it. Get it out of my house. Because like... What, like living space? That's not super surprising, Axum. Hello, Scooby Diddly Doo. We'll probably be switching games pretty soon, but yeah. I do stream Dwarf Fortress about 5 days a week. If you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see just how much Dwarf Fortress I stream. I wonder if you can embed YouTube videos in a Twitch extension. Looks like a Forgotten Beast is... One of my Forgotten Beasts is kicking the shit out of some giant bats. Mountain Home is here to trade. Still small as hell. They used to bring so much stuff. They just don't anymore. It's embedded. Yeah, I wonder. Because, like, I've been thinking of, like, ways to, like, promote the YouTube channel from the Twitch stream. I'm like, I wonder if I could have, like, a Twitch extension beneath the stream that just embeds my most recent YouTube video. That might be a neat little extension, actually. Although most of the time it would just be VODs, but still. Or if, like, you could just embed the most recently added video to a specific playlist. Or cheers, Scooby. Without playing music on stream? I don't know if you can do that. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. Besides, Belliner, if I ever get to the point where I'm able to make modular synth music and just generate stuff, my long-term plan is like, well, what if I just like generate, I don't know, 5 hours of music and just leave that on repeat? It'll take a while for me to have a setup that's nice enough to where I could actually generate music like that, but Twitch soundtracks and co. I mean, there is that one website that embeds your stream and also embeds a Spotify player and syncs what you're listening to Spotify to that player, so anybody who has Spotify can listen along with you, and it also works for YouTube, but I don't know how well that shit works. It requires people to watch Twitch off of Twitch, which then just matches to what you were currently watching. Yeah, I don't know. Vocal Fury. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together until Vocal Fury finally dies. Which potentially could be pretty soon. Export of bucklers is prohibited. You do miss song request? I don't. Did I just see a strange mood? Or am I crazy? No, I didn't. I know some streams that still do song requests. I know one channel that's always doing song requests and he just deletes his VOD at the end of every stream, which is, I don't know. What's even better is, like, I remember having a discussion with him at PAX 2019 where I was like, or PAX West specifically, where I was like, don't you ever get worried? And he's like, about what? I'm like, don't you ever worry that, like, you're gonna get in trouble with the fact that, like, all of your content is built around always having song requests on? He goes, oh no, we're firmly in the parody sector, so, like, we're fine. I'm like, you sure about that? I don't know. Like, that seems kind of like thin ice to me. That seems a little sketch. But, you know, I mean, is what it is. Oh, that sucks, Norstat. What's your food for the day, Freeways? My food for dinner tonight's probably going to be pasta or baked potatoes. Those are the two things I have. Welcome back, Beers. Today's been a weird day. Weird stream today. Salad. That's something that I miss. I want summer back so I can eat salads again. I haven't been buying, or I haven't been eating a lot of salads because I haven't been going to the grocery store very frequently. So I need stuff that can keep. And salads don't keep. I know, a shocker, right? Or like, I'll buy a bunch of salad stuff and I'll eat it all in like just a couple of days because otherwise it'll turn. Sounds tasty. Yeah, I just don't order takeout ever, so. Oh yeah, no, totally. But I've been grocery shopping monthly recently, so it's like I eat a lot of frozen and canned food right now. Not because like I want to order some, or because I want to eat that, but because it's like, well, frozen vegetables are my best option. Oh, I don't ever eat iceberg lettuce. That shit's disgusting. I usually have like either a spinach blend or kale and spinach blend that I'll buy, or I'll just buy like, you know, red lettuce. No, I never buy iceberg lettuce though. Or I'll buy like red lettuce, spinach, and kale separately. Maybe some arugula. In my garden in the summer, I grow my own kale, lettuce, miner's lettuce, arugula, and mustard leaf and stuff like that. But imagine a tasty salad in a can. Yeah, that doesn't work. Like, you can get canned spinach and channel your inner Popeye, but it's not good. Like, it'll keep you from dying, but, like, at what cost? You know? Like, at what cost? It's not worth it, is all I'm saying. I'll say, Dave. You grew some kale and broccoli sprouts? Is that like a, what's the word I'm looking for? A little hydroponics setup? I'm not super sure what a Hamanana micro grow kit is. Okay, so it's one of those like, buy this kit and grow kale, because that's what you grow with these, is kale. Definitely just kale. Right? Sure, go ahead. Links are permitted. You're not a salesman. You're just a kalesman. I'm very funny. They do for bananas? Did I just like cause PTSD or something? If so, I'm very sorry. It's from the Muppets. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The dank 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 kale. Don't smoke kale, kids. It's just trust me. Don't do that. Don't be like my friend's little brother and try smoking tea bags either. That's a bad thing. Definitely don't snort tea bags. Oh, this is kind of cool, actually. Shit. If I had somewhere to put this, I would totally try this. That's actually really neat. Damn. I wonder if they sponsor streamers, because I want this. Also, it's not really a like hydroponics kit, because there's no lights involved. It's kind of expensive, but still kind of neat though. Looks like fun. Mm. You were looking for interesting gifts? Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm more or less vegetarian these days. I eat meat maybe weekly. Meat just doesn't keep as well, and I find that, like, plant-based meals are much more predictable on blood sugar than meat-based meals. Like, I like meat, but, like, don't get me wrong. But these days, it's like the only meat I really eat is fish because it's a lot more predictable in the effects it's going to have on me, and I don't eat it anywhere near as often as I used to. So I'll buy like half a salmon once a month and then like have that once a week-ish as like a treat. But I used to eat a lot of meat, but I've cut it back completely because I was having a hard time managing my blood sugar for a bit there, and I cut meat out, and it's like, whoa, huh, blood sugar works now. Weird. So I've also cut back on dairy very heavily. I have some yogurt, but that's about it. See, I like red meat. I don't eat a lot of steak. I never ate a lot of steaks. It was always kind of like, oh, I'll have this as like a treat kind of thing. But why don't you eat well? Is that like a time restraints thing or like just a mental state thing? Treats are nice when you keep them as treats. Yeah. No, I can agree with that. So why is that, if I can ask? Because healthy diet for me is like very easy. Like it just comes naturally. It's like I used to always get real annoyed and frustrated with how my ex would eat because she would like have chocolate pudding twice a day as a snack and shit like that. And it would drive me bonkers. Like she was very slender, so she needed it, but it was still kind of like, if you're going to snack healthy. And like I ate quite a bit of fast food for a while because it was free, right? But I don't know. It's like eating healthy is just such a simple, easy decision to make for me. Like it's not even something I think about. It's just something that I do. This dwarf is fixing themselves finally. Which squad are you in? So I can turn the bear fighters 2 off for a bit. Give them a break. Why can't you bring, like, why can't you bring a lunch, I guess? I mean, when you live somewhere where it becomes a post-apocalyptic nightmare winter, during the winter, yeah, getting fresh greens is tough. Carrot sticks and cucumbers. And celery. Dude, like, people underestimate how amazing celery and cheese is. Like, I'm extremely fortunate, right? I get to just get up and go get a snack from my fridge, right? Like, lunches and dinners, it's like, well, I live in a one-room apartment. Like, it's not hard for me to just go get some food. Now, you can be allergic to celery? That's the first I've ever heard. Wow. You're a letter carrier, so you need to get off the street and use a bathroom. Are you driving or are you walking? Because I would fanny pack that shit up. Because like letter carriers around here have like a backpack and then like a shoulder bag. I just fucking put on a fanny pack with a sandwich in it. Mayor's ended a mandate. What time of year is it? Late autumn? 1:36. Damn. That's fair. I like the taste of... Actually, I find just chewing celery to be satisfying more than I like the taste of celery. Like, I like the texture of celery a lot. You have a truck, park, then walk. I'm missing the part where you're not able to bring lunch. Oh, there you go. Twitch just decided to turn that on now. Boost goal. Hold on, I need to screenshot this because this is funny. Boost goal. Here, I'll post it in the Discord. It's just the fact that they number it like that is really funny. Because it's already gone on the dashboard. Boost goal 286462444 underscore 2021 -1 -21 T100 -08 -08Z community challenges started. Oh, that's funny. All right, chat. That's a thing. How many channel points do you guys need to raise anyway? We were worried we might not finish. Wait, did we already finish it? Was I only supposed to get... Did you guys already... Wait, what? 14K? What? Didn't Jess have to raise, like, fucking 15,000 or some shit? Or 150,000? What? You didn't get the chance to put channel points in. This is kind of sus. Kind of fucking sus. Twitch, come on. We can do better than that. What the fuck? Like, seriously, we can do, like, give us, like, 50,000 at least. 14,000? Fuck you. Straight up, fuck off. I could do that. Like, Hobo could sneeze and do that. Come on. Jesus. All right. So how long does this shit last? Because I don't even know how this stuff works. You have 174,000 left? What, individual channel points? That's a lot of channel points. Chat, how many channel points do you guys have? I'm really curious, actually. They kept going up more? Oh, really? Weird. Maybe you guys just finished it too fast. Jesus Christ. All right, strange. Only 22,000. Noob! 652,201. Damn. Damn. Although B-Legs got you beat. Stone. We should switch over to another game for a boost, though. You'd have more, but you keep wasting. I mean, wouldn't we all? I don't even know how long this shit lasts or anything. No. I don't feel the boost at all, Norstat. 9K on ducks and stories this morning. This is true. Yes, you did. If you close the your stream, it's supposed to continue when you restart, but it's Twitch programming. So, is it really? I didn't realize it was supposed to restart, but whatever. Whatever. I have this weird feeling we're not even going to notice the boost, though. I don't know what you're talking about, Be Like Them. I'm totally lost. But, oh well. Supposedly it like puts me in a recommended section or something. I don't even know what it does. Does anybody here ever actually look at the front page of Twitch? Hold on. Let me see if I can detective this out. Twitch, please don't play music. Please don't play music. Please don't play. Oh, there we go. Got it muted in time. Yeah, I don't know how this shit works. Twitch is just recommending Pokemon and a bunch of half-naked women on incognito front page. So that and Captain Sparkles. So I don't know. Twitch has a front page? Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, I don't fucking know what it does. Supposedly it like puts you in some sort of recommended section where supposedly you're supposed to get more views. We went up by about 9. We went from 70 to 79. I mean, I'm not complaining. That's fine. But naked women? I said half naked women, sir. Can take up to 30 minutes to have stats. Yeah, okay. I'm on top of the channels you think that you'd like. Huh. Alright. Well. I don't know. Probably those are on the front page. 9% Korean gaming clan tournaments. Yeah, that sounds about right. So in the background, I'm training up Gold Poke as our weaponsmith / metal crafter. He's got his own dedicated shop. Although he's keeps getting nauseated by the sun. He was ambivalent after putting on an exceptional item. You ungrateful swine. Skilled weaponsmith. Yeah, I don't have stats for any of it yet. It's not telling me. Not telling me shit. We're up to 200 bronze bolts. Oh my god. I don't know. I think that the whole Twitch boosting thing is silly. Not a fan of the whole system. Generally. But, meh. Vengeful? Don't be vengeful. You silly dwarf. Suddenly got a little bit of lag. Because there's little buzzards attacking us from the sky. And the buzzards coming from the sky is there were cocaine bananas in Canada recently. That's hard to say in a sense. Cocaine bananas in Canada. What makes you surprised by that? There's tons of drugs smuggled into Canada every day. Just because they managed to actually catch them for once doesn't mean that's even remotely impressive. So we started on year 29, or 129. And now we're on year 130, or 132. Almost. Do you think that not a lot of Canadian drugs are smuggled into Canada? Or a lot of drugs are smuggled into Canada? Because tons of drugs come in through Vancouver every year. Like, you're saying this like it's a weird thing that doesn't happen. I fucking assure you it does. Drug smuggling happens in Canada a lot. I assure you of that. But yeah, no, in my opinion, Twitch should just promote people and not gamify it. So I actually dislike this whole system. I was a little bit annoyed when I heard that it became a thing. I'm like, cool, you're actually doing something with channel points, but also, like, that's kind of scummy. Locking promotion behind algorithms is very YouTube-y. There was violent crime up the street from me a couple weeks ago. Somebody that I used to work with was shot and killed in front of a grocery store close to me relatively recently. There's definitely violent crime in Canada. I mean, it's not that they got to keep those Twitch developers busy. They got plenty to do. It did, certainly. I wish that they had a better method of just promoting people. Instead of just, like, shoving XQC and fucking other big channels into my inbox constantly under my bots account. It's like, hey, Calcium Crypt, these are some channels you might like. And it's like a bunch of giant streams that I have no interest in watching ever. As if there's new people actually clicking on this stream. But investments are open if you wish to waste your tickets, chat. Also, Stone, did you catch the paperwork that I shoved at you? About doing anything good for anyone? It's more than that, but... All right, so is my power going to go out today again, or am I safe? That's the real question. Oh, you're doing that? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were here for that because I had to screenshot it, so. Just making sure you saw it is all. Now, you've been watching me for over a year? I mean, you originally came in from Jupiter Hell Stuff, right? Writing a YouTube comment? Oh, fair enough. But yeah, no, Canada's a normal country like any other country. It's a good week when I don't hear gunshots for a while. Also, that soup looks good, Pilot. For when you said brain ads, I immediately thought like, wait, you have advertisements in your brain? But then I read the rest of the sentence. My brain ads. Paved with maple syrup, that's a new one. Just like our streets, apparently, Pilot Guy. Isn't exactly normal. I don't live in a normal part of town, but it keeps my rent down, so I don't care. Although, to be fair, it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. I kind of exaggerate. I haven't heard gunshots actively about 6 months. There was a period, like, during the height of COVID lockdown where there was a weirdly large amount of shootings, but, like, it's been a while. Brain ads? Yeah, those will come right after Elon Musk puts brain attachments and implants in all of us, right? Also, I will be shocked if I get a single follower or anything from this boost. I will be shocked and impressed. To keep his rent down? Is Blind the guy going around doing hits for the mob? Yeah, I doubt it. You dreamed of an advert for earwax? I hear old radio jingles in my dreams sometimes. Because I used to listen to a few radio plays and always had the same advertisements. Back when those were a common thing. I don't dream regularly, and when I do, they're terrifying, so I generally hope I don't dream. I just got key for Nintendo Switch game, delete. Free is socializing by himself. Such a mood. Such a fucking mood. It's a terrible sensation. Yeah. For a little while there, a couple weeks ago, I kept waking up with my fingers hurting and my hands bleeding. Like my wrists bleeding, like I was punching things. Same with my tongue. It's like apparently I'm just like thrashing around in my sleep so much that I'm like hitting my hand on shit. I just want to know how much stone of each type I have. Written as ore seeds? I mean, ore seeds are totally something, right? In the early spring of the year 5, the infernal adventure of time of the ignited creation founded Longdeath. It's the beginning of our story that Hazard Jeff is telling. And no one is listening. Oh, somebody walked in. They get to hear a little bit of it. Oh, someone is listening, actually. Bastet is. Aw, I saw a dwarf tell the story of the foundation of Long. So this is kind of adorable. Those two are lovers, right? They're married, in fact. And Jeff's just like sitting there telling stories about how the fortress was founded, that they're living in. She's probably just humoring him. She's like, yes, I know. I live here too. I'm gonna go eat. How dare you do that? Have a good dinner. Go get good food. All right, we're into late winter. I think when spring rolls around, I'm gonna save and we're gonna play some Lost Flame if that's okay with you guys. What do you guys think, chat? A little bit of Lost Flame? Anybody down to come online and play Lost Flame with me? Discover some items and shit? Wub. Let's see. You've never seen it? It's a little traditional roguelike, so it's a little turn-based, top-down tactics thing, sort of. With giants and good atmosphere, and it's chill. And if there's multiple people playing online, there's kind of an in-game chat thing where you can see items people get and drops. Never heard of it, no. Authority. You think you'll release the current Council of Men inventory? I'd be curious to see how long the list is. Is there a particular quote? I don't even know what it is. Never even heard of it. All right, where did Smash T go? Sleeping. Success. For those of you who watched at the beginning of today, this dwarf used to be utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. No stress. It only took like 3 years of training in the military, but no stress. This dwarf actually tantrumed last year. Didn't break anything or commit any crimes, but did tantrum. Really? Have we not gotten a single tribute from the Council of Men? How many did we get from them? I mean, we did. Council of the Men are the ones that deliver the really big ones, right? Council of Men come at the same time as the group of Soaring. Unless I'm confused. Do you guys think the boost just ended? 'Cause I just went from 89 views down to 69 views. Nice, but... Opulent prisons are the new fad. Iron corkscrew. Let's get rid of those bins and just get those corkscrews done. About trying to kill Hitler? Okay. I could see that being funny. Yeah, I would safely say that the boost did like nothing. Kind of a neat thing, but did like nothing. No problem, Taylor. Slowly working your way through the Longdeath VODs on YouTube. The nice thing about the Longdeath VODs is they'll be there forever, right? You know? And I've had people tell me that Longdeath is one of their favorite web series, which is crazy to me. Because I don't know why you would want to just listen to me ramble without, like, the chat, but I think there's some people who just like listening to me talk, which is interesting. So... well, that sucks. Have you seen this friend recently? Authority? Hope your friend has a swift recovery. Uh-oh. I think 2 dwarves just died. Of old age. Zapdos the Third has been found dead? Man, that human is moving. No, I haven't had a notification about the end of the boost. So maybe it's still going. I don't know. Feels like it ended because the view count dropped a bunch. Or maybe it's because, like, somebody who was hosting me turned their stream on. That's also a possibility. There you go. Stone. How's Longdeath doing? We haven't been getting... I've been very careful recently, so I haven't been doing much. I haven't been getting migrants, and the population's been dropping. And the mountain home seems to get weird sometimes for about 15 to 20 years at a time, where we just won't get migrants. And the traders, the amount that the caravans bring will get weirdly low. So... it's very much a... It's very much been like in kind of surviving mode recently. Let me know when you're ready, Stone. But that's how Longdeath's been doing, Flooper. It's just a lot of very careful sustaining. And when the numbers of dwarves get a little bit too low, I've been inviting merchants from the local hillixes to just flesh out the numbers. Because sometimes they show up married, like, and then immediately have kids, which has been nice. So that's how I got Crystal Rose and Simplex into the fort. Yeah, maybe it was just Zapdos. Was found dead. Cool. He's getting placed in a tomb. We also dropped a bunch of stuff on the ground. Have I been attacked at all? No, but that's by design. We're not going to get attacked. We'll get attacked by giants and stuff when we have 50 dwarves, but we were way below 50. We're never going to get invaded, though. Not unless I go invade somebody else. Like, literally, that's not possible. Technically, I guess we got attacked by a flaming forgotten beast today. But it's sealed off, so they can't get out of the basement, so it's fine. Oh, shit, though. Wait, what? Oh, for a second there, I thought I actually had a visitor. I was indeed psychologically attacked by your arm for like 3 decades. But no, we are never going to get invaded, Aegis. Straight up. It's just not going to happen. It's not possible. Because of the way I have this fort set up. Because they don't even have our address. The goblins don't know we're here. Although there is Drada Falidus, the Cobalt Civ that knows that we're here. Is that your prediction, Freeways? I mean, do you even have... anybody who... No, you just have one person who's a passing acquaintance. You have no friends. Everybody else is family, which is kind of a problem. Oh no, Laura the Merchant's been missing for a week. Laura went and died somewhere. She was old, though. Checking in spots where she may have hid herself. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Found her dead. Oh, in her bedroom. You're just 13? Yeah, but you don't even have any friends yet. So I had to have a leany childhood, I guess. Can you place the link in Discord? Let's see. So these are all of the tributes that the Council of Men have brought us. Good God. There's so much. That's so much stuff. All right. So DF's been fun. We recovered the one dwarf that I really needed to recover. Some of the merchants died of old age. Tomorrow when we play Longdeath, we're going to... we're going to request more merchants because we are down to 40 dwarves. Try and get another 10 merchants in here. Hopefully younger ones this time. We completely recovered Smash T. Their mental state is now fantastic, which is great. And I'm very happy about this. The fact that we have this dwarf sorted out is very nice. Aside from that, it's just been a lot more sustaining. So that's it for DF for today. We're going to swap games now. We're going to jump over to some Lost Flame for the remainder of the stream. If you would like to play with us and yell about items that you get in the chat, the game's up on Steam for $15. But if you're peacing out now, there was some people playing DF earlier. Let's see who's on now. Nobody I recognize, but there is one person streaming DF. So if you're just looking for more DF, I'm sure you can go find that. But big thank you to everybody who's hung out today. Everybody who's spent time here. It's going to be in the next patron vote. So if people vote for it, maybe. Although I fear I won't like that game. I don't know.